Hey Rick, what's going on, bro? Let me see, disconnect. Hope you're doing well. Hey Silver, what's going on, bro? What's good, my dude? Who's thinking of me? What did I do? Did I do something? Okay.
Did you notice why the viral Resi dancer feels so familiar? Like you've seen it somewhere before. That's because the dance choreographer. Did you notice why the viral Resi dancer feels so familiar?
What the? Oh. I was about to say, what the fuck? The fuck? Hey, Rob, what's going on, bro? Thank you, Phil. I appreciate it. Let's see here. Okay.
Another water in the night. Let me paint the view. Color the town with my light. For every moment shared with you, night and in the day, you're never fully gone. Going to be back again until the coming of the dawn.
Thank you.
Nothing comes between us. Dancing like ballerinas under the moonlight all night long. How these plain and simple scenes are made so vividly by you. I just wanna stay with you around the water, slowly dance. Whenever our eyes meet, you know you leave me in a trance. It means everything to me looking down below. I'll always seem to find, no matter where you might go. Remember, you'll be on my mind.
And then when I'm gonna be for you to talk to me.
I wanna hear all
the good and bad,
the new stories you had. As I drift across the sky, the hour hand turns high. So good night.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it, bro. I'll be singing, baby.
another wonder in the night. Let me paint the view, color the town with my light. For every moment shared with you, night and in the day, you're never fully gone. Going to be back again until the coming of the dawn.
Okay. Just. I think I decided what I'm gonna do for the what I think I'm gonna do for the celebration. I think I just gotta turn into an animatic. I don't think I'm gonna do an animation. I'm not abandoning the idea of doing animation. It's just that I just realized that it's gonna take way too long for me to just do that one scene that's only like what 10 seconds long. So I decided to make it into an animatic instead. Yeah. We got to 100,000 followers. I never got to do the celebration on that. I had stuff going on. So I'm gonna just do the animatic instead of doing the animation. It'll be faster anyway. But right now we're doing quick figure drawing right now. Yeah. Let's hope for the best.
Within the inner heart I beat for you to talk to me. I wanna hear all the good and bad, the new stories you had. As I drift across the sky, the hour hand turns high. So good night, let me sing I'll be singing, baby.
Okay.
When somebody loved me,
Hello, Matrix. What's going on, bro?
was beautiful. Every hour we
Spend together in my heart.
And when she was sad, I was there to dry her tears. And when she was happy, so was I. When she loved me.
The head is a little too small, so we're gonna make it a little bit bigger. I didn't notice how small it was till right now. Grab this part, make it bigger, so it doesn't feel so small. This arm is a little weird looking, so we're gonna bring it up a little bit more. I'm doing figure drawing. XPPen E22. Yeah. If you're looking for it, it'll be right here. Hope that helps.
Never thought she'd look my way, and she smiled and held me just like she used to do. Like she loved me when she loved me. When somebody loved me, everything was beautiful. Every hour we spent together lives within my heart. When she loved me.
All right, do your thing, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it. No problem. No problem. And thank you. I appreciate it. Fuck. Oh, clips do you paint? What's up, bro? What's going on? No problem. Hello, what's up? Here's practice. Like I'm doing. Here's practice. Sorry, bro. Sorry, bro. open the higher, open the lonely second. Oh, on TikTok, yeah. I would just go to YouTube, but then again, a lot of people hate Nightbots. So. Hey, thanks for the SpongeBob. I appreciate it. Did you know? That's good. Eat that food, bro. Get that food in. Get that food in, my dude. I didn't even watch Black Clover Silk. Yeah, that's the last page version. Thank you, you know, for a follow. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. $309 contact promote the pro. Oh my god. Black Friday deal, XPPen, Artist 22. Fucking, I don't know. Gen Graphics, fuck you. How about that? Get in the TikTok shop now and suck my ass. What do you want me to do, TikTok? There's only 2 people in the fucking chat, and you think that was gonna find out? Like the fuck? Look, you dumbass. Fucking computer. Dumb AI.
My baby gon' mess around because he loves me so, and this I know for sure.
Hey bro, what's going on, bud?
But does she really wanna? But can't stand to see me walk out the door. Don't try to fight the feeling, cause the thought alone is killing me right now.
Hey Shadow Fuck, what's going on, dude?
Thank God for moments I've
Get the TikTok shop, tablet, blah blah blah, whatever. Oh, you think you got it?
Got it, just don't get on. There's nothing at all. We get together, we get together. We're separate, so it's better when there's feelings involved. And we see that
Nothing is forever.
no what makes love special.
Okay. Alright, we're gonna put everything here. Alright, that's good. That's good to hear. So you're in art school, is that what that is? Or you're just taking art classes? That's awesome. That is good to hear. That is good to hear. That's nice.
We can feel that time. We can spend the night. Fascination. You can thread the needle. Time and time again.
Okay. Okay. Alright, we put this here, and then I'll do like one more pose. And then we'll go do the animatic and finish that off. That actually wouldn't take long. Hey Jelly, what's going on? For those on TikTok, get the tablet for the TikTok shop over here with the XPPen 22, Artist 22 graphics card tablet. TikTok off my ass. Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. Thank you, but they're not good enough. They're too kind of stiff if you ask me. Thank you, Jelly. I do appreciate it. Clip Studio Paint. Thank you for the follow. Steve Token. Yep, pretty interesting. Okay, that's that. Put that there. Okay, there we go. I think that'll be Mr. Fantastic gonna play next. Oh, probably after this one. Mm. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Drawing. What else are we doing? We're doing math. Thank you. So here. Top enamel quality. Top manga quality. all know your A fundamentals, I have a video up there. You can go check it out. You can say, I think it's Exomart Artextric. I have a video up there that's up there that you can learn. It's called A fundamentals. It's in the tutorial section. I answer your question. No problem. Hello. Hey, what's going on? Hello, Monaco, what's going on? Thank you, I appreciate it, bro. What brings you to the stream? Is it just the art? Or you were just scrolling? I got you. What do you think, bro? Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. I hope your recovery goes well. I mean, your recovery goes well. Okay, let's make this small. Pretty deadly. What's going on there with this? What's going on, bro? That's fine. You gotta pay for that, bro. I don't do free requests. Oh, that's cool. Brings you to the stream today. You'll eventually figure it out. One way or another, whether you realize it or not, you'll figure it out. Just gotta put in the work. I still have trouble with it myself. Ugh, I tried that horribly. Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. Hello, Charlotte. What's going on? How's your day? How's life going? What's going on? Okay, now Mr. Fantastic's gonna play next, if I remember right. For those who are there on TikTok, you can get the XPPen E22 Artist Pro. If you're thinking of getting that one tablet for yourself to get into digital art, if you're thinking of doing it, it's right there on the TikTok shop. I have to say this because TikTok's always on my ass about it. And yes, it's the same tablet as I have. Hello. Anyone can. I just practice a lot. That's fine. Oh, Charlotte, what's going on? I hope so too. Let's hope. Hello, Wobble Bear, what's going on? You too. Thank you, I appreciate it. Whoa. What the hell? What's all these gifts? What the hell? Whoa. Hold on there, Buckaroo. What are you doing? That's a lot of gifts. Oh my gosh. Okay. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. That is scary when that happens. Oh my god. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Oh my god, that was crazy. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that gift over there on YouTube. Thank you. No, I guess on TikTok for like no reason. That was crazy. Thank you. And thank you for that on YouTube as well. You're welcome. Thank you. Show me those pretty white doors. Show me where the delicate stones. Show me what you've lost. So why you taking it slow? Show me what wants you good. Show me love. Show me those pretty white doors. Show me where the delicate stones. Show me what you've lost. So why you taking it slow? Show me what wants you good. Show me love. Hey, Art, hello. Yeah, you're right, bro. Got no more. I'm not here to be the savior you long for, only the one you do. Watching me with eyes of a razor, still move towards the door. Show me those pretty white doors, show me all the delicate stones, show me what you've lost, so why you are taking it slow. Show me what wants you good, show me love, show me those pretty white doors, show me all the delicate stones, show me what you've lost, so why you are taking it slow. Show me what wants you good, show me love, show me those pretty. I would never be able to draw this good. Yeah, you could if you practice. Anyone can draw like this. I don't think drawing is exclusive to certain people. What project I would be able to cook on. Okay. Every morning, every night, every morning. I'm gonna do it again. I really like that song. What's up, bro? What's good? What's up? Every day, every night, every morning. There we go. That was the problem. That was literally the problem. It was the breast. Okay. I was like, wait, what? Okay, and we slant it like this. Alright. And bring this arm down. It was the breast that was throwing everything off. I was like, why is it looking so... I figured it out. I was like, why is it looking so like stiff? I was like, oh, there it is. Let's see here. All right. Let's see.
보고 가시죠. 항상 반무태를 할 때는 본인이 알아볼 수 있을 정도의 스케치에서 시작을 하는 게 좋습니다. 선화까지는 아닌데 러프보다는 디테일해야죠. 이제 스케치를 다 하고 나서는 밑색을 깔아줄 건데요. 피부랑 머리카락 같이 큰 영역은 그냥 똑같은 색으로 한 레이어 안에 한 번에 잡아줍니다. 깔끔할 필요는 없고 적당히 튀어나가도 괜찮습니다. 어차피 묘사할 때 전부 정리가 되기 때문에 저희 편하게 한번 그림을 그려보죠. 머리카락은 이렇게 색을 다 깔고 그라데이션을 조금 넣어줄 건데요. 동물기에는 혈색을 조금 넣고 피부와 가까운 머리카락은 이제 피부색을 조금 넣어서 투명한 느낌을 줄 겁니다. 마찬가지로 피부도 혈색을 조금 넣어줘야겠죠. 이건 어떻게 넣는지는 이제 제 구독자라면은 기본적으로 갖춰야 할 교양이죠. 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 이렇게 어느 정도 작업하고 나머지 옷도 밑색을 전부 깔아줄 건데요. 이렇게 해서 밑색이 완성이 되었죠. 이제 여기서 정리를 해줘야 되는데 눈은 그냥 주변을 전부 다 깔끔하게 처리해준다는 느낌으로 그려주는 게 좋습니다. 반무태에서의 스케치는 그냥 틀에 불과하니까 다 날리셔도 상관없어요. 이렇게 눈 주변이 좀 깔끔하게 정리가 됐으면은 애교살이랑 쌍꺼풀 쪽에도 살짝 그림자를 넣어줄 건데 그 다음에는 바로 속눈썹을 그려줄 겁니다. 속눈썹은 조금 뾰족뾰족하게 그려줘야겠죠. 제가 지금 피라비 16,384 정도 되는 펜을 쓰고 있는데 이게 정말 뾰족뾰족하게 묘사가 잘 됩니다. 섬세한 묘사할 때는 이제 최고일 것 같죠? 여기서 저희 팁은 이제 눈매와 속눈썹을 자연스럽게 이어주면 눈이 훨씬 자연스러워 보입니다. 아무튼 이렇게 해서 속눈썹을 전부 그렸고요. 이제 눈썹도 그려주고 눈채색을 해줄 건데 이거는 담 영상에서 풀 거기 때문에 이번 영상에서는 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 저도 이제 한 영상에서 다 풀어버리면 컨텐츠가 없어지기 때문에 저도 먹고 살아야죠. 이제 뭐 그리다 보니까 눈이 좀 삐꾸가 난 것 같은데 이거는 하이라이트 위치를 옮겨줘서 덜 사시처럼 보이게 하는 게 좀 중요할 것 같아요. 머리카락은 보통 입체감 나타내려고 어두운 색으로 먼저 그림자부터 저렇게 추가를 해주는데 이것도 여러분들 이런 영상에서 이제 제가 꿀팁을 다 풀어버리면 여러분들이 무슨 재미로 살겠습니까? 이것도 다음 영상에서 다루겠습니다.
절대 귀찮아서 그런 게 아니고요. 저도 이제 먹고 살아야 되니까 어쩔 수 없는 겁니다. 여러분들도 이렇게 좀 퀄리티가 살짝 낮은
이제 머리카락에 가려지는 눈매도 조금 다듬어 주고요. 눈썹도 정리해주고 호랑이도 마저 그려주면은 굉장히 그럴싸한 얼굴이 벌써부터 완성돼 있죠. 벌써 얼굴 부분이 끝나버렸죠. 여러분들 반무태 작업은 저처럼 이제 위에서부터 천천히 내려가야지 조금 재밌습니다. 막 저기 하고 여기 하고 이거 하고 저거 하고 하면 안 돼요. 왜냐면은 안 되니까요. 이제 옷 채색도 좀 다 해줘야겠죠? 옷은 이제 빵꾸 뚫린 니트 재질로 입혀봤는데요. 요거는 그냥 정말 간단하게 투톤으로만 한번 칠해주겠습니다. 이제 대충 칠한다 해도 대충 칠한 것처럼 보이면 안 되겠죠? 그래서 컨트롤 Z 눌러가면서 예쁜 모양 나올 때까지 잡아주는 게 좀 좋습니다.
For those who are there on TikTok, you know there's the
아무튼
Artist Pro
저는 피부 묘사를
2022.
좋아하기 때문에 바로
The
피부로
Artist Pro
넘어가보도록 하겠습니다.
22?
원래
Yeah,
하면은
22.
이제 제가 방금
The same one I have.
말씀드렸던 것처럼 위에서부터
Thing of
천천히
doing
내려가야
it. It's
되는데
right there.
가끔씩 좀 편식은 해도 된다고 생각해서 일단 저는 바로 피부로 넘어갈게요. 배는 형태감이 좀 중요하죠. 그림자를 적절한 위치에 잘 칠해줘야 되는데 배뿐만 아니라 다른 인체들도 채색에서의 굴곡이 조금 느껴져야
Practice.
매끈하고 매력적이고 현실적이고
every day.
아름다우면서 섹시해 보이기까지는 피부 채색을 여러분들도 하실 수
A lot of
있습니다.
people hate hearing that, but it's true.
이제 옷 재질을 좀 간단하게 묘사를 해줘야겠죠. 오늘의 주제는 이제 간단한 반무태 그림이기 때문에 정말 말 그대로 재질만 좀 표현해줄 수 있는 터치만 넣을 건데요. 이제 뭐 옷에 구멍도 뚫어보고 텍스처도 손 씻겨보면서 빵꾸 뚫린 밑에 재질을 조금씩 표현해줄 겁니다. 이제 여기까지 다 해주셨으면은 손채색을 정말 간단하게 해줄 건데요. 손채색도 이제 큰 그림자부터 칠해주고 그 다음에 조그마한 그림자들 추가해가면서 묘사를 해주면 되겠죠. 이건 또 손짓이 에엉 하는 손짓인데 제가 잘 그린 건지 모르겠습니다. 그냥 손가락 짧은 사람처럼 보이기도 하죠. 하지만 여러분들은 제 의도대로 그림을 봐주실 거라 굳게 믿습니다. 아까부터 캐릭터가 손에 뭘 들고 있는데 여기다가 뭘 넣을지 궁금하시죠? 바로 제 일러북입니다. 이것도 이제 앞표지만 넣고 필터를 써가지고 그림이랑 좀 잘 어울리게끔 만들어주겠습니다. 이제 제일 잘 보이는 얼굴 부분을 조금만 더 신경 써서 다듬고 다른 요소들도 같이 추가하면은 이렇게 간단한 반무태 그림이 완성이 되는 거겠죠. 여러분들 제가 이번에 12월 소코에 나가게 되었는데요. 일러북도 내고 제 굿즈들도 많이 냅니다. 물론 현장에도 2일 동안 있습니다. 이제 저희 부스에 유명인 분들이 조금 계신데 며칠 전에 인터뷰하신 쿠키님도 같이 계실 예정이니까 많이 놀러와 주시면 좋겠습니다. 구독자분들은 따로 제가 엽서도 공짜로 드리는데요. 이제 구독했다고 거짓말하고 받아가면 안 되겠죠? 아무튼 이렇게 오늘은 간단하게 반무태로 채색하는 과정을 보여드렸는데요. 모품팁이 많아서 아쉬울 따름입니다. 여러분들은 꼭 구독하시고 제 부스랑 제 그림에도 많은 관심 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Hello, fellow clothes wearer.
Your worries about not being able to draw faces well end here. We will reveal the know how to draw attractive faces. This is the highlight of this time.
Why do you keep coming in here saying hi and just don't stay? I don't understand. Must be a bot.
This can be received in Japan with a sleeve. Check the description for details. Do it. Let's take some time to look at the facial proportions. But first, actually, I'll adjust the eyes a bit to make them bigger. Symmetry around the center. Jalul Maishugo nun I neomu ko I jnenkoli ga yogi ga alagamian nun I ilioj goyangi chuliam dojo. Yogi isio jom
Hey,
yagin
what's up,
yogi
Ryan?
akje jog isjo. Ihong he kiakinian gijo heo. Ilioj jom gizium hasim geo ilden ne. Ilden basamian yo. PPLsen eul gueo nawasnun de geoui mialital ina noon de lul gien yulo hasio michuis kaji 1 guda. Soko kuji 1 michangajilo tiaji 1 day 1 biul loa wenman hamian yo biul lo gulij dogo wenman hamian un yo biul e majij gulio junun gi ilgol I yepuj nagnida. So, there's this ratio, right? Just think of it as memorizing a formula, and it's better to think of it as memorizing a formula. So, that's, first, it's located in the eye area. But the middle part here, the length of the nose itself isn't just about length. It's the feeling from where the bridge of the nose starts that's different. So the feeling from here on might be a bit longer, and so there might be a difference in length here, and the eye position. I'm not sure if I'm adjusting this correctly, but the rest is unclear, incomplete. When I did that, if it's not the eye goes south, then it would be under the corner of the eye, right? If it's around here, point 1, it gives a rather natural feel, and the further it goes towards the middle, the harder it gets. Go jungen e galzilag ilio janang jungengbu jash ga jalbje boij doika jom gulianj istiodanyo. Nunwi ga jojium
Why is
jom
it talking
sunyan
in
ni
Korean
selyo
when it was supposed to be translated in English? The fuck is
it's
this?
somewhere around here, closer to this side. Using this as a reference, if, for example, I were to draw and my nose ended up too long, that kind of thing. The proportions. If you check the proportions as you draw, you'll see a lot of improvement. Now, let's draw quickly. The hairline is here, and then the nose. When you get the length of the nose right, Jabul titai jianun singyong il jom shanayan geo gatayo. Kobol nialba gudayam inan nialba ilion sig yulo eo iban yo ibigil inian yo hungalo naliashal titai gian yulo singag hasamian dojiogian. It's a little small, but it's okay. When you do this, don't be so precise with the pencil like you're aiming for a specific spot. In the end, I have a good sense for it. You need to improve your eyesight, so it would be good to focus on training your eyes to some extent. And this position is the last division of. You can think of it as a point. Roughly speaking, this is the location of the entry. It already feels stable. Then, about halfway between here and there, right? The second one is a little short. I corrected the markings, but here, roughly dividing this into thirds, this is the middle, and roughly estimating thirds by eye, it looks like this. Here, Gioyo, Yogi Isko Titioyo 3 Dunbun Hazel Titai 1 Jijom Ihon Gio. Gu Yogi Ga IJ Nun I Sangyoya Doji in Giojo.
Not really sure to tell you on that one.
Jianun Jenyong Yulioj Habogo Isai erased it a bit. It's just a sketch, so it's a little rough around the edges, isn't it? The chin is a little long. Should I raise it a bit? Ilioj Jama Jom Jingio Gaitun Sipiamian Un Mega Bonj Debubin Majaul Pseudo Istiodanyo. It feels better if it's there. And when looking straight ahead, if the pupil is in the exact center of the iris, it feels like the gaze doesn't quite meet. If that person looks at you, it feels like their eyes. The whites of the eyes need a little more weight in the back. Otherwise, it looks like the eyes are looking at something strange, making the expression unnatural. Liam Boij Dwayo. Leonsig Yulo Gabel Geo Goi Nunsub Ui Wichi Du Salam Mata Jojium Sig IJ Da Geo Yayo. Nunsub Ui Wichi Lang Duke Lang Going Yi Diangin Sangam Sai Ga Is Janheo. Iguli Gugo Noon Guanpul Eol Haseo Nega Jumbo Lul Eodio Ga Subaki Eobiski Timun Diangin Inmul Dului Sajin Gulian Chamgo Jalio Doilo Baminsio Hanban Jajub Hebamian Seo. Mikwazeo Hanban He Bozigo Eo Yulio Jiolgol Biul Eol Levo Nohumian Un Junyang Gaisog I Eolgol Eol Gaisog Gulilsu Ga Isioyo. Ilion Sig Yulo Junyang
It
Kan.
defeats the purpose. I don't know what the fucking point of this. Shit makes no sense whatsoever.
When drawing the whole body, sometimes it's hard to draw it well if you start with the head. I got a really good question asking how to do it. The answer is, there are times when it's better to start with the head, and there are times when it's easier to start with the torso. So, when it's easier to start with the head, it's easier to start with the head. When the length and proportions of the whole body are easy to see at a glance, it's easier to start with the head. However, when you want to draw a pose with movement, it's often easier to start with the torso. The reason for this is that when there's movement, the shoulders go up. When the shoulders go up, the neck becomes invisible. So, for example, in a pose like this, you can't tell which way it is. But, you know, this is the torso, and the base of the neck is around here. The head comes like this. For example, in a pose like this, the shoulders go up and the neck is not visible. So, since the shape around here is very complicated, if you start with the face, the overall shape becomes very difficult to see. In cases like this, it's better to start with the torso. Let's try one more. At times like this, you might be thinking, what the heck? This is the torso. The base of the neck is here, and the head is like this. Something like this. And if I go one more time, it looks like this. Yes. This is the torso and legs, and the base of the neck, and the head swings like this. Even at this point, if I were to draw the head first, it would be really difficult to draw this shape. So, I just changed it. The part one just drew is where the head and torso are one. So it's better to draw the torso first. But there's another pattern where it's better to draw the torso first. When is that? When the angle is difficult. When the angle is difficult, even if the torso and head are separate, it's sometimes easier to grasp the overall shape if you draw the torso first. When is that? For example, when the torso is like this and I want to draw the head around here. But when I want to draw something like this, it's really hard to draw the head first and then draw the torso. But if I draw the torso first and then place the head here, it's actually quite easy. So I'll put the head here, something like this. Something like this. Then, if you add arms and legs to this, it will look like this. Something like this. And then, since it's the last part, I'll flesh it out a bit more. It will look like this. Yes, it turned out like this. So, when drawing the whole body, if you change the order in which you start drawing depending on the shape, it will be much easier to draw. That's all for now.
Interesting. Interesting nonetheless. it. Okay.
Hello, I'm illustrator Nikitsu. In this chapter, I'd like to explain the characteristics, advantages, and disadvantages of the Griza method.
The what?
Some of you may already know about the Griza method, but I think there may be some of you who don't. So I'll explain how to do the Griza method without giving up. So, let's get started. First, let's take a look at this illustration to see what the Griza method is. It's on the left side of this illustration. As you can see in this illustration, it's a painting technique that uses black, white, and gray tones to express shadows and three-dimensionality.
And that's just forms and values?
To put it simply, there's no color information at all, so you don't have to waste time worrying about colors or color schemes, such as using blue for shadows or orange for light. You can also emphasize light and shadow to make the main character stand out. As you can see on the left, it's especially easy to see when the image is monotone, but the differences between the areas in light and the areas in shadow, as well as the background, are very clear, and you can see that the main character really stands out. Well, I think it's easy to see where the light is hitting and where the shadow is. Same here. This area is dark because the light is hitting it from behind, and this area is bright because the light is hitting it. Using these black, white, and gray tones is called grayscale. Next, I'd like to introduce the advantages and disadvantages of the Griza method. Let's start with the advantages. Since it's created in grayscale, you don't have to worry about colors. Since you draw the notation in black, white, and gray like this, you can create without being bound by color information. And then, it's easy to change the colors later. For example, let's do a sepia tone drawing like I did earlier. The hair color is easiest to see in this case. Let's paint it in an extreme way. For example, let's paint it blue like this. If you were to place colors normally, there would be a balance between the base color and the background color, and it would gradually become difficult to change the colors. However, with the crystal method, you can easily change the colors by simply adjusting the color run bar, so it's very convenient if you decide later, oh, I want to change to this color. You can also create colors that look like this. If you like a fantastical or infinite atmosphere, please give it a try. I've listed many advantages here, but of course, there are also disadvantages. I think this is the biggest one. The colors tend to clash. This is quite a problem. I struggled with it a lot myself, so I'll introduce some ways to avoid clashing and how to use it when applying. It's also possible to create beautiful colors without any clashing, so please take a look. And finally, it's hard to imagine what the finished product will look like. Since there are no colors until it's almost finished, I think this is also one of the reasons why it's difficult to start. It's hard to imagine the finished product, but I feel like I can get rid of that to some extent. That's what this color rough is for. I've done this myself and I've stopped giving up on Grizel. So, let's actually do it. I think there's a line drawing in this color rough. Please erase the line drawing that you used for the color rough. After erasing it, I think only the color information will remain like this. Then, merge all the colors together, and use a tool called Color Run Side to remove all the sides of this color rough. What do you think? Don't you feel like it's suddenly closer to this? And I've painted this gray color rough.
I'm learning.
Let's do it in an easy to understand area. For example, I'll apply it to the white areas as is using a clipping mask. The eyes and eyelashes aren't that important, so let's focus on the important areas. Let's do it quickly and easily. let's merge this color rough with the layer that was painted separately using a clipping mask. This is also the case. Select the layer of the black part and combine this color rough like this. In this way, we separated the colors for each part. It looks like this. It is divided into line art and clothing. It takes time to create from the position, but if you apply and use the color rough like this, it becomes very easy to create.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
If you do it like this in advance,
Thank you.
anyone can easily create it without worrying about the
Thank you.
position and color of the shadows, or what kind of gray to use. I highly recommend this. Some of you may feel like you can do it yourself. Please give it a try. If you want to make the color a little darker or lighter, select this paper layer and use the tone curve to brighten it like this or make the shadows darker, so please try it. I think there are quite a few of you who think that you can do it with this. If you feel like you want to try it, please do. It's so much fun. Now, let's get into the summary of the Griza Elegant method. The Griza Elegant method is recommended for the following people. People who are unsure about how to dress, or who are easily confused about things like what color to use for shadows. This is a highly recommended method. It is also recommended for people who want to finish their illustrations quickly. Since this method does not use color until halfway through, you can proceed with the production without worrying about colors. By eliminating the time spent wondering about colors, you can finish your illustrations much faster. It is also recommended for people who want to create fantastical or dramatic illustrations. Well, this is true not only for the colors, but also for the method in which shadows are drawn quite boldly, so it
You have to
naturally
become a
creates a
student to do
dramatic
that.
impression.
You get what you post.
First, I would like to start by painting the skin, which
Become a
was one of
student,
my
you gotta be a
concerns.
YouTube member.
I will paint the skin orange. It looks like this. It's easy to paint now. I often start from the highest point on the side and work down the sides like this, seeing which skin color looks the most beautiful as I continue dressing.
For you to be a student, you have to be a TikTok,
This
a
area is a
YouTube
bit
member. Shit,
transparent,
I can't
or
speak
something
today.
like that. And since the eyes and eyelashes are currently colored, let's erase that as well. I'll leave a little bit of the skin color, like this, and these eyelashes. I'll leave the skin color on the eyelashes, but only at the outer corners of the eyes, like this. Now, let's paint the eyelashes. Create a new layer and overlay. Press and the color is blue.
Bro,
Let's
you
make
gotta
it a slightly
help
light
them.
blue. From here, I'll gradually adjust the
I
color.
will assist you.
Decide which color looks good. Then, I'll lightly remove the color from the part that will be the white of the eye. It's a bit too yellow. Let's leave it like this. It looks something like this. And next, let's paint the jewels. There's almost nothing left to paint, but let's match the color to the eye layer. The jewels look better if they're slightly higher on
Bro,
the
you
sides.
here?
I think this is an area where personal preference really comes
I
into
hope we
play.
didn't walk away from this thing yet.
And next, let's paint the metal parts.
When he gets back, I'll
Also, if you find it
I'll help
difficult to create
you.
a new layer and apply overlay to decide on the color from the beginning, try selecting the color that is high on the side and painting it like this. It's already very yellow, but let's tone it down to a color that blends in. Sorry for taking a little detour, but maybe a gold color with a bit of orange would be better. Gold would be nice too. Let's leave it like this for now. Next,
I think he
let's
stepped
add the
away from
inner
his
color to the
computer
hair.
or his phone.
Select the hair and paint the inner part like this. Let's apply overlay here for now. There are still many areas that I would like to adjust when I actually try this. After all, having strong colors like this near the eyes or face makes it easier to focus the gaze on the face, so I recommend it. Then, let's add a slightly stronger light to the tips of the hair. The same goes for here. think that drawing it like this will give it a pretty boyish look. Please feel free to use this as a reference if you like. You can still add strong highlights to the eyes like this, so please master how to draw the eyes of a boy of your choice. Are you familiar with the concept of the golden ratio? Some of you may have seen a diagram called the golden spiral. In numerical terms, it's 1 to 168. This is 1 here and 1.618 here. It looks something like this. This proportion was used to create this scale. It's not exactly the same, but it looks something like this. The face is 1, and here, it's 1.618. Of the other examples, this is probably the closest. It might be hard to imagine because he's wearing a hat, but if you draw him at this scale, you can draw his face and clothing in a very balanced way, so I highly recommend it. There may be some discrepancies, but I recommend drawing standing characters at this scale because it makes it easy to see his face and clothing and creates a balanced look.
He just told you what to do.
Next, let's talk about the size of cat ears and accessories. This is the third item. Some people may find it quite difficult. If the character has physical characteristics such as cat ears or fox ears, try drawing them larger than the other accessories. When I say large, you may not get the gist.
It's alright, bud.
So let's give it a try. Let's use the golden line from earlier a little bit. Think of this face as the position. And if you do it like this, think of it as around here as a guide. If you think of this as a guide for height, then you can think of this as the upper limit for the angel's halo as well. It's okay to think that you can't draw any higher than this. Then, if it's something like cat ears, it would be like this. While looking at this upper limit, you can draw accessories like cat ears and foxes. I think they stand up a little more than cat ears, but this is the upper limit. They stand up a little too much. If you draw them like this, I think it will be much easier to grasp the sense of size. Try using this as a guide. Also, if you draw things a little larger, they will leave a much stronger impression. Let me draw a rough sketch. It doesn't necessarily have to reach the very top. I think it's okay not to decide on the details too much. If you're drawing a crown,
100%.
try making it about this big. Hello, my name is Nami Kitsuki, and I'm an illustrator. I usually create illustrations and character designs, mainly of boys and sexual characters, on SNS.
Sexual characters.
In addition to being an illustrator, I also teach the illustration course at Kyoto University.
Don't tell
of
them
the
that,
Arts and
lady.
Design.
They think it's some sweaty old dude who's
I
trying
really
to draw
like how
some
the settings
sex.
for games and other things are put together in this way.
They
So I
never
often
think
write
women
about
draw
them.
this shit too.
I'd like to write about this kind of thing in this course, so let's do it together. Next, I'll briefly explain what you can gain from this account and what I want you to learn. First up, how to draw beautiful boy characters and SD characters. Here, I'll explain how to draw characters that are beautiful to look at, focusing on their physique and gestures, so I hope you'll absorb this. Next,
Crazy
character design and color scheme.
Right? That's why I said
anyone who
sexual
creates
character.
original characters has experienced
I
this
didn't
at
expect
least
that one. I
once.
thought it was like
You can
attractive
draw a
characters.
character's
That's
face,
it.
but can't figure out
She
what
said
clothes
sexual.
to wear, or they
That
all
was
end
kinda
up wearing
crazy.
t-shirts. Well, I think these are probably the most difficult areas to deal with, such as costume design and food delivery.
Yeah,
So I want to solve these
don't want
problems
to
so that
be
you can have
accused
fun
of
creating
being a
them.
gooner, right?
And finally, this. How to create data for merchandise shipments. Here, I'll also explain to some extent how to solve problems such as the colors blending when converting the illustrations you've prepared to RGB format. Next, I'll explain the target audience. The target audience is intermediate level. It is aimed at people who can draw illustrations to some extent. Then there are people who want to draw beautiful boys or androgynous characters, and finally, people who are struggling with color schemes and coloring. These are the main target audiences.
Androgynous characters.
When it comes to color, When I was working as a designer, my boss taught me in great detail, to the point where he said, color is life, and I have practical experience. So, not only in illustrations, but also from a design perspective, there are many things that I think are beautiful to look at, elegant or sporty, and give an impression, so I would like to summarize these somewhere. So I hope you find this useful. Please continue reading if you like. Well then, thank you for your hard work. See you in the next chapter.
Wait, the video's over? What the fuck? What? Bitch, what? The fuck happened? Wait, what the hell? Wait, what? What? What the fuck? I feel cheated out of. What was this? What was that? I was like, what? I'm not sure what just happened. That was crazy. I didn't expect that to happen. That was quick. That was not even quick. That was abrupt. That felt abrupt almost. I don't know. That was weird. I'm about to finish up the gesture here, and then we're gonna do the. I decided. I don't know if anyone was listening, but I decided to, instead of going down the animation route, we're gonna go down the animatic route. I think that's the fastest way to get this done. So we're gonna go down the animatic route instead. Now you must be wondering, but Teach, are you not gonna do animation? I'm still gonna do animation. I'm not abandoning the idea of doing animation in general, but I am abandoning the idea of doing the animation for this particular situation because Mikey kind of opened my eyes to something that makes kind of sense. He said, the thing that you're trying to make is, like, this admirable that you're trying to make it, but when you really think about it, even though it's like 10 seconds, what will take 10 seconds might take you a month, especially if you're not really familiar with how to do animation. So I was like, oh shit, that's not worth all that time just to make a 10-second video or so just to sell, say I got 100,000 followers. So I said, you know what, it's best that we go down an animatic route instead of going down a animation route. Now, what we're going to do about that is that once we get the animatic done, which shouldn't take long at all, should take about a day and a half or probably less, what we'll do is we will still do animation practice. I think that makes more sense and understand. And we're not gonna do the stupid thing that most beginners do where they just kind of bullhorn their way through it. What we're gonna do is we're going to take baby steps and we're gonna learn how to crawl before we run. So we're gonna take it slow and start like making a ball bounce and all that stuff. We're gonna go back to basics. We're gonna go just straight to basics and then work our way up to that point. I think what I was trying to do was taking on like being a level 1 trying to jump into a level 50 like region in a video game. So what I'm going to do is just keep it simple and make it an animatic first, and then later on in time as we get better with animation, we can do the next animation for the next milestone that comes up. So I think that makes more sense instead of doing this and forcing ourselves to do it, because I'm running into a lot of problems where I don't know how to do X, Y, and Z. So the only way to learn this is to do practice outside this particular situation. So from now on, from this point on, we're going to do an animatic instead. I already have a plan what it's going to look like per se. I already started last night, so it's not like it's like we're starting from scratch. I have some ideas on the thumbnail or the, what do you call it, storyboard on what it's going to look like to a degree. So yeah. Sorry for those who was like waiting on this animation to work out. It's not going to work out this time, sadly. I just have to be real with myself and take my time. Yeah, Art, how are you, man? I'm doing well, Flip. I'm just doing well. Hey, Pizza Man. This art is good. Thank you. Pizza Man. Love pizza, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Almost there. Almost there. I'm near done with this, so Once this is done, we're gonna go do the animatic. It's very 6 something, so we have 2 hours till then. Not at this. Actually, yeah. What is this? I don't know what this is.
啊，你说那有个送信的家伙不会是骗子？
It's in Chinese. I don't know what's going on here. Let me see. Actually, you know what? I doubt it, but no. Vocal boost? That's a thing? What's a vocal boost?
红色。
Huh.
Gentlemen, so it's official. Nina Lin has officially been permabanned by later sources, according to Feared Buck.
Let's
and
go.
I don't know about the sources per se, but this is happening on multiple outlets. As you can see here, another person says Nina Lin. He says Nina Lin has been indefinitely banned on Twitch. Now, I'm not entirely sure where their sources are from, but they say she's been banned for the shoplifting incident of which we all saw before. As you can see here in my previous video, it said Nina Lin has been unbanned on Twitch after 1 week, and then she was subsequently
You know what? You're right,
banned after that,
bro.
I guess for another.
You're right. Let's do that. We'll come back to that. Come back to this and say, yeah. Let's boost that social credit, bro. I'm not even fucking around. Let's do it. I don't even care. I don't even know what's going on. We'll just interpret what's happening. You're right. You're right, bro. You got the right idea.
啊，你说那有个送信的家伙不会是骗子吧？安静点。救我！来！哦，红色。请，时间，快！坐好。
Why is it so low? Hold up. Oh, is that the vocal boost? Looks like a game. It does look like a game. What the fuck? So it's like an organic ship? Like a whale or something. Huh. Interesting. That was interesting nonetheless. I don't know. I just came across it. It's interesting. Actually can, anyone can. Don't sell yourself short of it. Character designing is fun. You know, this is just a fan art of Yoko. Oh, a fan sketch, I'll say. These are some interesting mangas.
Here's a post that recently went viral on X, Twitter, that basically listed out the making of a tourist. How to detect an anime tourist. Calls fan service inappropriate, problematic? Check. Always supports censorship? Check. Demands more diversity and representation? Check. And I will be dedicating a video to this one in particular in the near future because this will be the last nail in the coffin to destroy anime as true fans know it. And last but not least, thinks Western localization is better than the original. Did I miss something?
Oh, fuck
and
no.
with this video, I want to
Listen, I'm a dub rat myself, but I'm not ever gonna say that the dub may be better in translation than the original. That doesn't make any sense. All right, I really bad at art. I love to draw and I need practice. You just gotta practice. That's usually what a lot of people fall short of. They gotta practice and understand what they're practicing half the time.
touch on this last marker because by this
How long
point,
have you been
I
doing
strictly
art?
only prefer to.
I've been drawing since I was 6, but I didn't take my job seriously when I was 23 or 24 at the time. So I was drawing all my life, but I just didn't like try to do it professionally or be a thing. It was just something I did when I was bored, but now I do it somewhat professionally for myself to make money and stuff like that. So, and I do content creation alongside it. So
Translations of how the author creator intended for their story to be viewed or read versus localizers who see it as a means to self-insert themselves into the story somehow, fulfilling their own ego rather than honoring the
I like
work
bro,
before
he
them.
went with
And with all the
Tension
many
Let's go.
examples that have
He's a real
proven
one
how
for that.
localization has been used as a tool, you would think people by now would understand where fans are coming from when they express their frustration with the people in charge of adapting these scripts, not doing it faithfully, but instead opportunistically, such as this post. When you really think about it, any anime fan who wants AI to replace localizers and voice actors is the real animators, because why the fuck would you let soulless AI ruin the thing you love because you got a personal grudge against people doing their jobs? Makes no sense. And this is why I
that's not technically true. They have no personal grudge against people who's doing their jobs. They have a personal grudge to people who are not doing their jobs. That's the big problem. Why would I have a grudge for someone who makes a video game good and they want to replace them if they made the game good? No, I want to replace the ones who have, I don't know, fuck the game. I mean, like the sequel of a game. You know what I'm saying? It kind of makes sense. Does it not? If someone fucked up your whole like your game franchise or characters that you love because they need to put their political propaganda in it, I think you're gonna hate them a little bit. I'm just saying.
believe we're in a post-debate
How long have you
era
been doing art?
because people like this are intentionally misunderstanding the stance true fans have. The problem is that localizers aren't doing their jobs.
Nope.
Too many
There you
times
go.
they've been
There it
caught
is.
using
See? I told you. I knew Monty was gonna say that. Let's go. Bro's a real one for that. I dead serious. Like he's not wrong. He is not wrong. That's the thing. The localizing problem is not the problem. It's the people who wants to be activists and put insane shit or try to change the translation of what's supposed to be in said anime.
dialogue that completely changes the framing of the story of how the characters were meant to be perceived. That's not adapting.
I
that's
fuck with this
butchering
man.
and
This man is
mutilating
awesome.
the art. One example in recent times is from the manga Drama Queen. Check out my video where I explain that in depth if you're interested. But to this tweet, I responded using their own wording, but in reverse to get the point across. When you really think about it, any anime fan who wants politically motivated localizers to
not anime
translate
fan.
source material but purposefully butcher it to inject their ideologies is the real animators. Because why would you want narcissistic voice actors to self-insert themselves with Western dialogue and
That's
lingo
stupid.
like, oh, this is how I talk where I'm from? Who cares if it
gives a
ruins the
fuck?
immersion? Despite it being an Eastern property with an already laid out foundation to adapt, in return ruining the thing you love. Makes no sense. Which in my opinion is a very reasonable take and I believe a summary of what fans have been complaining about. But still you'll have those who will try to gaslight you to minimize the problem at hand like this. These politically motivated localizers are almost entirely a figment of your imagination you use to get off on. Okay. We have maybe one instance of that a season at most. That's more than worth it to avoid AI slop translations. Which
Oh wait, hold up. Guys, if you're on TikTok, come over here on no, fuck it. I'm gonna just move out of the way.
even if that was true, it's one too many times because it shouldn't be happening at all. It's not even one of those things where it's done by accident, but it's intentional, indicating this is an in-house problem being encouraged. AI is not something we hope to rely on or wish into existence, but these localizers have proven to be incompetent time after time. At least with AI, the mistakes are accidental, but will become more sophisticated with time, while with localizers, it's intentional and will become more emboldened.
What's the video
with
called?
time.
The video is called Localizers Ruin Anime by Monte Sensei. He has 9,804K subscribers.
I even had someone respond saying, this is not a problem anymore. Like, what am I going on about? Betting I could only reference examples from 10 years ago, like Prison School or Dragon's Maid.
You got a stick up your ass? Or are you one of those dumbass Gamergate creep shows?
Oh my god.
Oh, those
You see what I'm saying?
societal demands.
There it is! I remember seeing this! I remember seeing this way back in 2016. I was like, what? Like, what? I was like, what? And I pointed that out, but no one was like, oh, you're just crazy. You just don't like women or some stupid shit. I'm like, oh, whatever, fuck you. And then as it came back 5-6 years later,
Sadly, no, it's still an ongoing thing.
How long will it take to hit that cap?
It's time to F around and find out.
Yo! Whose man's is this? I know you didn't mean to pick up some extra swag, but don't be mad. I don't understand at all.
wait,
That's very feminist.
go back. What'd he say?
From 10 years ago, like Prison School or Dragon's Maid.
You got a stick up your ass? Or are you one of those dumbass Gamergate creep shows? Oh, those pesky patriarchal societal demands were getting on my nerves.
But sadly,
Oh my
no,
God.
it's still an ongoing thing.
How long will it take to hit that cap?
It's time to F around and find out.
Yo! Whose man's is this?
Shit, I missed what he said again.
But
Goddamn.
sadly, no, it's still an ongoing thing.
How long will it take
Oh,
to hit
okay.
that cap?
It's time to F around and find out.
Yo! Whose man's is this? I know you didn't mean to pick up some extra
Yo, Jabber. Jabber got capped. I'm not gonna lie, bro, got capped hard.
swag, but don't be mad. I don't understand at all.
That's very feminist.
And you could just say, well, why don't I just watch subs? Which I do, but not something one should have to resort to. But still, it's annoyingly crept into subs as well. I remember watching April Showers bring May Flowers a few seasons back, or maybe it was last season, and the main character said, I'm super
Whose man
cooked,"
is this?
which
Cap.
as soon as I read made me roll my eyes and completely took me out of this world I was watching, because this isn't the fucking Streamer Awards.
But I have one thing to say against what Monte's saying. Those examples I get, but like, I think the part with Jabber is a little bit more believable. I know it's like a modern take on how that's being said, but you have to put in fruition on the way that Jabber is portrayed, right? So it kind of makes sense why Jabber would say something like that compared to the chick who said something about fucking around and F around and find out. So it's more like, especially when he did that one take when he was making fun of Rudo when he was leaving and he called him a short stack, some bullshit, and spherite or some shit. So that shit was funny as hell because it works so well in how he said it. It didn't feel forced, or it didn't feel like it was like, you know, like it was just not. It felt more needed than it was forced. So like it never felt forced. So it's so normal. I think he took the voice actor. Literally, he improv that shit. I believe he improv that shit. I do not think the intended Arthur wrote that in there. I think he did that on purpose.
Then with Call It a Night, same season, debunking that other guy from earlier, when one character said incel when the correct translation was virgin, which they did fix, but only after enough people voiced their feedback on X, like stop doing this shit to anime. And believe me, I could keep going with examples from anime of this current season, but hopefully you get my point. And it's not only the political shit, like with Blue Box, including feminists when the correct translation is feminine, which I have another video going in depth on that subject as well, and how that mischaracterizes the character being depicted in that scene. But it's the Western dialogue and slang as well. I don't watch anime to hear how we talk over here. It's world breaking and annoying as shit and ruins any escapism. Like, what's the point of watching this if I'm only going to have my own real-world life thrown at me, hearing someone I know down the street talk like a character that exists in a world where you can turn trash into a supernatural weapon and fight that trash that comes alive and tries to kill you? It's world breaking. And no, it's not just Gen Z, modern day lingo, it's any of it.
I know you didn't mean to pick up some extra swag.
As a millennial, I know we didn't create the word swag or swagger, but we sort of brought it back and repopularized it.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought we brought that into fruition. I am so sorry. As a millennial, I never knew that. I thought we brought that into fruition. I didn't know that was like within our parents' time, so that's my fault for not knowing that.
Man, I got this swag. My head back to my bag. You can buy the rags, you can buy the bags, but it ain't no sign that say they sell swag. Swag. Man, I got this swag when I serve. Now I be surfing swag.
Are you showing your age with this one?
While that word was in so many songs contributing to some fun college parties I went to, I still don't want to hear that in anime. I want to hear Japanese dialogue. It's not like The Boondocks, a classic show that I could watch to this day, which is a Western property, which is a show that is meant to have a direct link to our world in real life. Episodes that focus on actual instances of the modern world, current day, and language behind it, and characters have any point of view on it. So it makes sense to have modern dialogue or slang being spoken because it's included with it, not injected in it. And I really detest this about my generation, the millennial selfie generation, when iPhones became popular along with social media, especially Instagram. Like, look at me, forever and always, needing to be seen in everything, fueling our narcissism and ego, which is bled into things like anime localization, obviously, and what is referred to as millennial writing is cringe, unable to take anything seriously, everything must be a joke.
I'd ask why my dad ran into a den of monsters, but he'd probably just tell me to shut the fudge up.
Oh! Whoa! You are sneaky quiet, you know that?
Excuse me. So sorry. I'm hoping you can settle an argument between myself and my traveling companion there. We are hunting down my father, who is not a good guy.
You're alone on a planet. No hope of survival. But you're also not sitting next to Phil anymore in that cubicle, so... win?
And also why you have modern Marvel or DC comics having the characters chilling in a cafe, because that's all millennials know. We don't know how to separate ourselves from the characters, art, or stories at hand, leading to bad writing. And it's also led to Western properties being destroyed. So anime is now used to channel this cringe writing, scribbling over someone else's art because they can't get away with doing it on their own. And my fear is that this will encourage Japanese creators to cater to this mindset of a tourist that finds this acceptable, which will in return turn their properties into the failed messes this tactic has already led to with so many franchises over here that people sought out anime to find refuge from in the first place, which Japanese creators shouldn't do because the tourist, the casual fan comes and goes, only here for the time being until there's something else that catches their eye. Which is why I think this list of making of an anime tourist is relevant and current to today. But that's all I had for this video. Tell me what you think in the comment section below. As I said before, upcoming creators will now have to develop the skill to discern between what this type of fan enjoys versus the other. One comes with longevity, love, and passion and sustainability, while the other comes with, oh, this shit looks so cool, short-term gain, easily distracted, what else is on type of brain. Choose wisely. Also, if you haven't checked out my music, links in the description. If you love those Samurai Champloo, lo-fi mellow boom bap vibes, then my music is definitely for you. And if you want to support me and the content I create, consider joining my channel, becoming a member. It's much appreciated. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Rethink. Peace.
Whew. Thank you, Monte. All right, it says here. Okay, it's getting. It can't drop. Yes, I always do last in my lives. Videos called localization. Oh, the sneeze. Did I watch this one?
When Freerun first came out, I was surprised at how popular it became. It was a very slow-paced story that takes its time with character development, not so quick to throw you into any action, as well as having a very monotone main character. And in the age that is ruled by the TikTok brain, which many try to cater to, I would have considered Freerun to be watched by only a few. I would say it's not too plot-heavy, but very character-driven, to the point I even forgotten what the main meta plot was. Each episode peels back a layer while also adding a layer to these characters. Even certain episodes, when we get introduced to a new one, they still make such an impact within the few episodes they are in. One episode that comes to mind is when a priest joins the group and is met with a task to take on this flower demon or beast who puts everyone in a slumber except for him. And Freerun, before falling asleep, simply tells him, just wake her up with his wake-up spell and she'll take care of it, which puzzles him because they'll only have a 5-second window when she's awake to take this demon out. And like any human, you'll feel doubt like, surely she doesn't think it'll be that simple. We don't even have a game plan. We didn't communicate our strategy. I don't even know this monster's weakness. And this whole scene revolves around the idea of trust. It shows the difference in the two species of elves and humans. With humans, it's more complicated. Sometimes we're too quick to trust or too slow to trust. It can get muddy in between the two extremes as well.
だから私は彼女の言葉を信じることにしました。彼女は魔王を必ず倒すと言いました。私はその言葉を信じたんですよ。
While Freerun being an elf species fully ruled by logic, in her mind she thinks, why would I say something and not mean it? And when he finally decides to place his trust in her and wakes her up, before he can even utter a sentence, she's defeated the beast in a split second, causing a shocked expression on his face. With Freerun having her typical blank expression, simply saying, got it.
When anime gets
And this scene made me fall in love with the story even more. Now maybe I'm hyping it up too much and may be trivial to other viewers, but for some reason it sticks out to me, giving me one of those moments where I think to myself, damn, this is a good story. These characters are fascinating to watch. Because while it's not filled with too much action, when it chooses to deliver it, there's development and growth still being had between the characters, where they learn more about themselves and each other as well. There's another scene that's a favorite of mine as well, where Fern pushes Freerun to wake up early, which is humor in itself, to catch the view of a sunrise a town is known for having. And in Freerun's world, she doesn't see the point of it. In her lifetime, she's seen 1,000 sunrises and doesn't understand why humans are captivated by something so trivial. But after Himmel's death, she's made a promise to try to understand the human experience more. Because when watching Shooting Stars decades ago, seeing Himmel admire the view, she states the view isn't even that good, unable to see why someone would be in such awe of it. While Himmel saying with a smile, knowing Freerun's nature, don't spoil the mood.
街中だと見えにくいね。
人が感動しているんだ。
Having a movie here, don't spoil the mood.
And in present day, when she watches the sunrise with Fern, she almost has the same reaction of not getting the hype about it. But when she sees Fern's reaction, being in awe of it, smiling, she has a moment of understanding that I interpret as she realizes it's not about the view itself necessarily, but who you're with while experiencing it. Learn to live and be in the moment and appreciate what's in front of you while you have it with the company of those around you. That's what makes this special, and there's so much character development that happens within this one scene.
フリーレン様、とても綺麗ですね。そうかな。ただの日の出だよ。でもフリーレン様、少し楽しそうです。ヘレンは笑っていたから。私一人じゃこの日の出は見れなかったな。
And in Frieren, the story has moments like this with many other characters, moments of introspection, self-reflecting, and overall growth that's gradual and not exponential. And I think it takes an exceptional writer and directing to pull that off. A lot of times when you give many characters too much shine or screen time, it fragments the story and plot and causes it to drag on needlessly and makes it bloated, but Frieren does it well. And on top of having so many deep and existential moments, Frieren is just funny to watch. As much as she is monotone as a character, she's very quirky at times. Her affinity for grimoires, which gets her caught up in treasure chests, getting the best of her more than often, which serves as a flaw, a guilty pleasure that goes against her logical nature.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Fucking Frieren will be a perfect wife for me. That's serious. Yeah. If I had to have a perfect wife template, it'll be Frieren.
No matter how many times she's fooled and captured by one, she always believes this is the time when her curious whims will be fulfilled.
やっぱりそうだ。この中身は貴重な魔導書だよ。
That ass.
Her implied jealousy towards Fern's busty size is good comic relief, making her feel less in comparison, like why can't that be me? In one scene that's so hilarious in a subtle way is when Frieren is embraced by this other mage with a nice bust size too, to see if she is vulnerable to hypnosis spells. And Frieren, being the carefree character she is distracted by how nice she smells. So hypnosis doesn't work, but a feminine scent distracts her easily, and the typical anime pouting face from Fern just tops it off. All of this helps with giving a story its personality. Subtle moments like these is what adds up to make the foundation of the story enjoyable to watch. Moments like these, along with scenes like the sunrise, stand out to me, which is why I don't understand those who watch anime or any story at whatever time speed they choose to. You miss out on truly experiencing this journey as you watch, something that's core to what Frieren herself is trying to understand as well. Be in the moment. Don't be in so much of a rush. Don't be dismissive with the only goal to finish something just to move on to the next. Enjoy these characters like you're on the journey with them, not just from the main cast, but all of them, who are very interesting with their own backstories, powers, interactions within this story. Shout out Ubel, who is very fun to watch, untrustworthy, yes, but she is still fun, maybe due to her demeanor and unpredictable nature. She doesn't smile, but she smirks with a sinister look, and I love her partnership with the guy who's a master of illusions. Her playful nature mixed with his serious nature makes for an even more fun watch. But that's all I have for this video. Tell me what you think in the comment section below. I'm definitely looking forward to season 2. Hopefully the people who get outraged that demons are an unredeemable species in this world will stop bitching that they aren't benevolent as they want them to be, which is something I appreciate about this story. It doesn't follow a typical trope with a sympathetic villain, which there's nothing inherently wrong with it, though it is much of a trend nowadays. But I love how this offers a different dynamic that really highlights human suicidal compassion and Frieren's superior logical nature, themes that play out well in this story. Also, if you haven't checked out my music, links in the description. If you love those Samurai Champloo, lo-fi Mela Boom Bad vibes, then my music is definitely for you. And if you want to support me and the content I create, consider joining my channel, becoming a member. It's much.
Unfortunately, a lot of magical girl series now are catered towards the male gaze. That's never once happened in our society.
What the fuck are you talking about? Are you talking about that one anime where that is actually an ecchi that disguises itself as a fucking... What are you talking about? Has she not watched Magical Magica, whatever the fuck it's called? That is not for the male gaze. If anything, that's for everyone. What are you talking about? This bitch... like, hey, she might be cold, but she probably don't fight over much. Nope, that's what makes her awesome. She's a logical woman. I like that. I like women who think. I don't like women who don't think and go based on their emotions.
Always being shonen and seinen, some things can be from women in marginalized groups.
I recently had a tweet that went viral being critical of someone giving an analysis of the magical girl subgenre of anime. And my meta critique mainly highlighted how many of her type, they approach anime not as a fan, but like it's an academic course. And not from a place of admiration, but with the intention of only to dismantle. And this is what I said. This is not a fan of anime. This is one of those postmodern deconstructionist types who only know how to view entertainment through an activist
You know what, Mike?
lens.
You
The
might
way
be the
they
second
engage
one.
with anime is like taking a course where the professor conditions them in how problematic it is and how it is now their duty to help change the medium as a whole, which only means ruining it. They don't know how to build, they only know how to destroy what someone else has built. And this is something I've noticed across all mediums of entertainment, whether it's movies, series, gaming, wherever pop culture is to be had. A lot of the attitude today is, how can I pick this apart, deconstruct, and problematize entertainment? Almost like they have been trained, programmed, and socially conditioned.
Oh yes,
to
they've
do
been.
so.
Yes,
And
this has been happening in the varsity schools. They've been programmed to believe or think that they have to be a social justice warrior for virtually everything because they think science is compliance. All of that. Da, da, da. Yeah, they're horrible. They're horrible people. Just narcissistic people trying to get brownie points amongst their horrible peers. It's just horrible people amongst horrible people. It's like there's like no honor amongst thieves type shit. Like no matter how gangsta you are, no matter how X, Y, and Z you are, it's never enough. You're never gonna be as cool as you think you are.
in their eyes, entertainment itself isn't something to be entertained by, but something only to be analyzed, examined, and what's potentially problematic about it. And this is something I intuitively understand is what is being taught in current academia, teachers, professors, in disguise.
Blame the professors for this. Blame the woke professors that is putting this on to their students. Blame them.
Activists are treating universities like boot camps to produce soldiers to go out into the world and do their bidding, as I stated in my tweet. And you may ask, well, how do I know this? Where's your proof, evidence? You're just making assertions without verification. Well, let's go to her response. My video essay has blown up recently and not in a good way. Obviously, I haven't read all of the comments, but in general, it seems like people don't agree with my argument, and that's so fair. My intention with the video was not to say I'm 100% right about this, but rather just to create and share a theory I developed throughout my undergrad.
Theory. That is.
That just kicks it up a little bit.
Theory isn't supposed to be wrong or right. It's just a theory, an
There
anime
are type
theory.
of-
And it's
Yes, but
totally
they
valid
usually
to
try to
disagree with
deconstruct
my
it in a way to
theory.
make it how
And
negative
this
it
is
is
something that's
all the
not
time.
hard to conclude. It's called reading
Never
between the
focus on the
lines,
positive. They always
seeing the
focus
forest through
just
the
negative
trees.
alone. I
And
can
at this
understand you do
point,
both,
it's
but if you
people
don't
acting
do
in
both, you
bad
only pick
faith or
only one,
wanting anime to
then
be
that causes issues.
politicized who will deny this and accuse you of assuming. You know, the VTuber V, shout out to him, was reacting to my tweet in his video, and he made a good point in saying, fans don't talk like this, referring to the title of her video, The Commodification of the Magical Girl.
Even the title, right? Like the commodification of the magical girl.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. If we have people like the anime men who rose to the providence of being fuck grifters and just outright outing themselves majority of the time, that just proves that how many people complain about anime and not know what it is half the time, or just they're into it because their friends are into it, so they want to be like cool, but they don't really agree with it either because they're not fucking with it. Those are the people who say they would made fun of you if you was into anime and called you white for some weird reason to be something in something that was Asian. Those are the people, and they have a big problem with it. They're only in it because it's considered cool and or popular right now. But back then, when it wasn't, they was making fun of you and said you was weird. So, yeah.
She's not using like actual language that normal people use.
No.
She's using academic language.
Yeah.
Like she's using sanitized corporate language. Like appeal to me because I'm an intellectual. I know what I'm talking about. So all of a sudden, like you notice she's not talking as an anime fan. Like anime fans do not use the word commodification.
And yes, to answer your response,
if you use
right,
that word, you get slapped and called a retard. It's like talk normal.
Oh God, hold on, no, we can't do this. TikTok, come over here on YouTube. I'm not getting hit again. Come over here on YouTube, guys. Come over here on YouTube. Same thing, same everything. We're gonna be streaming this on YouTube. I'll stream this on Instagram. I'm not doing this on TikTok. All right, I'll be right back. Dude, I'm going to Instagram, or you can go to YouTube. Same name, same everything. Link in the bio. I'm not doing this. I am not doing this. I am not doing this. I'm not going to even play that game with YouTube, TikTok. TikTok's a bitch. I can't. That's how much of a bitch it is. I have to jump off because no, I don't trust it. I just don't trust it, by.
Why are being pretentious, right? And so, like, you notice the separation.
And he's right. Fans do not talk like that. It reminds me of the article I referenced in a previous video of a journalist doing a top 15 list of women from One Piece with the title saying, ranking the women of One Piece from least to most objectified by Oda.
What?
Who talks like that when ranking women from any beloved property, story, whatever it is? Journalists do, activists do, aka people who've been taught by their postmodernist professor to only view entertainment through a lens of how to deconstruct it. A fan, however, would title the list ranking the hottest woman of One Piece or who's the most busty, best swimsuit, or whatever. And it's something this woman has also done, referring to how the magical girl category objectifies a woman and caters to the male gaze. Typical feminist activist tactic.
Unfortunately.
So is there a reason why you girls focus on so much of that, but you never focus on Dragon Ball Z, where the majority of the time Goku's always somewhat outside of his shirt? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They switch up fast.
A lot of magical girl series now are catered towards the male gaze.
Where are you talking? Where is this so-called magical girl series that is geared to the male gaze? Where is this popular show? If you're talking about that one show that is supposed to be ecchi, low key, right? That's different.
That's never once happened in our society. Objectify the magical girl to titillate the male viewer.
Are you kidding me? What is it? Wait, what? Did anyone watch this anime and be like, man, them titties? I never really thought this when watching this. This never went through my head when I watched Magical Girl, yeah, is it Magical Magica or some shit? That never went through my head. Nothing like Goonerish thought through my head. If anything, it was extremely shocking of what happened to Mommy on the first episode. That bothered me more than anything. That's the only one I can probably think of. Yeah, that one, Gushing Over in Magical Girls, that's the only one I can think of. But that's not even... I think that's more focused on the degeneracy of that. Then that's like the only show I can think of. I can't think of any other magical girl that should like focus on like sexualization of them at all. Not even Sailor Moon.
Not to empower the woman viewer. Women are already so often objectified in anime. Why can't Magical Girl series be a safe place away from that? What does this mean for the future of the Magical Girl genre? And has it been lost in the male gaze? Exploiting a textual contradiction to put into circulation readings that draw the text into female and/or feminist orbit.
And of course, what is a feminist without taking shots at whatever is male-dominated, implying that unequal popularity is somehow evil?
I would love to see woman-targeted Magical Girl series to be as equally as popular as Battle Shonen, like One Piece. Like, can we please have a Magical Girl series on the front page of Crunchyroll? Or
what? Go watch fucking Sailor Moon. What? What? Bro, I'm gonna lose it. Yeah, why won't she? Like, you see, that's weird. Like, okay. Say I started watching Steven Universe. And they started saying a lot of things that I don't really agree with or don't really fuck with. I'm not going to ask Rebecca Sugar and harass this bitch to make it for me. This is the perfect example of saying, you know what? This is not made for me. This is for a specific audience, and I'm not that target audience. Let them have their show. I'll just go watch something that's what I want to watch. If I want to watch with a lot of blood and insane shit, it wants the same thing, right? And then, like, I hate on Steven Universe, but I'm not going to watch anything outside of Steven Universe when those things already exist. But Steven Universe must bend to my will. What the fuck? And Saint Seiya. Go what? Like, I don't understand this. Like, there's anime I don't really fuck with because it's just not for me. But I don't think those animes should be erased. And, or, like, okay, let's use a perfect example. I think, what's it, Banana Fish? I already know what happens in Banana Fish, but I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna say it's bad either. It's just not for me. Right? It does not make any sense, Mikey. You hit the... Yes, thank you. You see the problem here? That is so stupid. Why do you want your show... Like, every show doesn't have to cater to everyone. Right? Oh my god, that is so dumb. It's like if I was watching... Like, if there was a gay show on Netflix, for some odd reason I'm watching it and I'm mad because there's not a lot of straight people or it's not focused on straight people. What? Why the fuck would you want straight people in its predominantly gay show or movie? Ain't that the point of the whole movie? It's supposed to talk about a specific demographic of people who like this shit. Why are you trying to stop them from having their movie? Whether you agree with it or not, whether on religious reasons or political reasons, it's for them. Let them have their show. You see how that makes sense? Let them have their show. It does not matter if you agree with it or not on a religious sense, political sense, sociological sense. It does not matter. It's not for you. It's not made for you. Just like how fucking Brie Larson, who was very tone deaf, telling the main audience of what they wanted, that is not made for them. That shit is crazy. Let them have their show. No matter how much you don't agree with their lifestyle or what case may be, let them have their show. You can't police them everywhere you go. That makes no sense.
Other than always being shonen and seinen?
As I said in my tweet, these aren't
It's
fans
hitting
of
on me.
right, people. Right. The reasons for getting into any fandom is not for enjoyment, but to only criticize and demonize. Like I said, with how they treat Lord of the Rings, where it's now routine every 6 months to teach courses of how racist it is. Speaking of Lord of the Rings, there's a good scene that displays the differences of how they engage with entertainment versus how fans do so. There's a location named Forest of Fangorn, I think that's how you pronounce it.
Build a dam, block the stream, work the furnaces night and day. We don't have enough fuel to feed the fire. The forest of Fangorn lies on our doorstep. Burn it.
Yes! In the world of Lord of the Rings, and how orcs see this forest is something to be utilized to fuel their furnaces to make weapons, armor, something to be torn down to push their agendas, while others view it as something to be preserved, admired, and treat with respect, and fans are the latter. Now luckily, true fans rose up and spoke out against this video. People are starting to realize the value in gatekeeping, seeing so many franchises already.
I mean, anime is mostly popular with boys, and boys love shonen. Yeah.
Ready fall due to the lack of it. And of course, there were those saying, hey guys, it was her first video, give her some slack, the criticism and response is a bit much. And I would say it's that lenient attitude that is
already... Yes, thank you. Thank you. I've been saying that for the longest while. The people who do the live and let live, it's not that big of a deal, X, Y, and Z, they are the reason why this is happening. I think gatekeeping is needed. I'm dead serious. I understand some people don't agree with that, but that is sometimes really needed. I'm not even kidding. Because that shit is crazy to me.
Allow the destruction of so many other properties and mediums. I relate this to Itagaki, RIP, the creator of Dead or Alive, when he stated how the game tester said Ninja Gaiden was too difficult, and his response was, make it more difficult. People say the criticism is harsh. Besides doxing, of course, and anything illegal, I say go harder. Protect your hobbies, interests, your fandom, and what you love. Don't let what happened in the past decade be so easily forgotten. Remember how these people think of you.
To the criticism, like, I have a vagina, deal with it. I am a woman, deal with it. I'm sorry you're not getting laid. It's not about you, move on.
Do you see what the problem is? They go straight and attack you. Oh my god. If a man were to say in reverse, he will be considered sexist. But when she says it, it's being empowering.
Making misogynists and Nazis angry, then I'm doing all right.
That doesn't make any sense. I hate it when people say this nonsense. I'm making Nazis mad. If you don't, that proves how far gone you guys are when you don't understand what a Nazi is. Think this to yourself. If I'm a Nazi, why the fuck am I watching anything Asian made? Think that to yourself. Nazis don't fuck with any other race other than their own. Why the fuck would they watch a Asian made show, cartoon of all things? That doesn't make any sense. You're not making a Nazi mad. They don't watch your show. This is exactly why Jesse Smollett, or whatever the fuck his name is, got in trouble, because he made up a lie where he said some neo-Nazis or some Nazis came out of nowhere. When he went to get a Subway sandwich, they came out of their truck, and this is where he fucked up. They came out of his truck, had rope and bleach or some shit like that to pour on him and choke him because they recognized him from the show that's predominantly black. That does not make any sense. Right? Right? Make it make sense. Why would a Nazi watch a show called Empire that is predominantly black and focus on black issues within the music industry? Why would they watch this? Make it make sense. No Nazi will waste their time to watch something that's not made by them. Why would they watch anything that's made by people they don't agree with and hate so much to the point that they would like to see your death happen? Why would they watch this? Why would they even recognize you? You see how he fucked up there? He's an idiot. And I'm glad he was blackballed from Hollywood. He used a rhetoric that shit was wild, man. I couldn't believe my stars when he did that. Make it make sense. Right? I'm making racists mad. It just doesn't make any sense. So when they sit up there and say this, they are so far gone. Right? Watching Ada watching anime. That doesn't make any sense. That's how you know. That's exactly how you know you're in an echo chamber. When they say shit like this and think this was smart to say and didn't really think to stop and think, this doesn't make a lot of sense. Why would a bunch of Nazis or neo-Nazis or people who don't agree with me watch my show? Far gone to the show that they know the characters and recognize the actor of all people and have a discussion with you. A real Nazi is not going to acknowledge you because they don't think you're beneath them. What the fuck?
But that's all I had for this video. Tell me what you think in the comment section below. Remember, people like this take pleasure in destroying what you love. Don't feel guilty in gatekeeping and standing up to act.
And then what's wild about that entire situation, he hired 2 African men to rough him up a little bit so he can get some sympathy because his show was ending and he didn't think he was going to get any more work. That shit's crazy. Not really sure. Actually, I think the lady who made the Owl House said that you can pirate her show because she's kind of pissed off at Disney or some shit, if I remember right. But he actually he hired 2 African men to rough him up. The irony in this, he paid them and hired them to rough him up. That made no sense. The irony in that was wild.
Minded people. Value what you enjoy and protect it from those who don't. Also, if you haven't checked out my music, links in the description. If you love those Samurai Champloo lo-fi mellow boom bap vibes, then my music is definitely for you. And if you want to support me and the content I create, consider joining my channel. Becoming a member is much appreciated. Thanks for watching.
Right?
And I'll see you in the next video.
But no self-respecting white person is gonna take that job. But I think he only preyed upon them because I think they wanted to have their I forgot what was the reason. There was a legitimate reason why they agreed to this. Like some type of reason he promised them but never came to fruition or something, or it just went left. I forgot what was the reason. It was some stupid reason. It's kind of crazy. I don't understand that logic though. Good. I'm glad that he got blackballed. That's some shit. Because that ruins situations where people who actually been subjected to actual true racism, you won't take them seriously. You know what I'm saying? Just like how victims of SA assault won't come out because they're gonna be accused of lying. Because there's so many women who have done it that it's hard to sometimes take the person seriously. Let me see if Fujimoto is a natural-born storyteller.
It's well known that Hollywood is a shell of what it once was. What used to be the mecca of superstardom, iconic films, creativity, is now a hollowed-out wasteland full of activists, agenda pushers, and political correctness, riding the coattails of past successes, treating it like live streamers repurposing content, making 50 versions of the same thing that existed from over decades or half a century ago. And that's the problem. They approach art like content to be monetized every step of the way. They become the void of anything creative or original, not by choice, but the incapability to do so. Now riding on fumes soon to dry up the well of IPs from the past. And in that case, as every parasite does, it looks for a new host to attach itself to, and if anime were to become that new host, God help us all. Kodansha establishes studio in Hollywood with award-winning director Chloe Zhao. And it says that Chloe Zhao, hope I'm pronouncing her name right, will be the chief creative officer. And for those that don't know, she was responsible for the movie that was The Eternals.
Oh no!
Signaling the coming down.
That was a horrible movie. That was boring. You know what?
Which gives
I'm not even
more...
gonna say it was horrible. It was just straight up boring. Oh, because Hollywood, I think they was under the impression because this was still within the woke era, while it was crumbling at the seams. They was under the impression that because they're probably a minority, they won't be as slapped as hard with that compared to like someone who was like probably white.
Credence to the idea that in Hollywood, you fail upwards. Kodansha Studios is Kodansha's first company based in Hollywood, and it is dedicated to creating, producing, and promoting live-action film and television adaptations of Japanese manga and novel titles globally. At a press conference on Tuesday, Kodansha president and CEO Yoshinobu Noma stated that Kodansha is currently focusing on overseas expansion. And the establishment of Kodansha Studios will allow the company to be actively involved in production as well. Gee, man, so many red flags with this. And establish direct partnerships with global artists, producers, and partner studios. And for those that don't know, Kodansha is responsible for publishing works such as Attack on Titan, Akira, Blue Lock, Cells at Work, Tokyo Revengers, Initial D.
Initial D!
That, and not only that, like, he's a celebrity. He could have just paid someone or Ubered that shit. It's not like he can't Uber that shit. He left his Hollywood, his highly expensive motel, which most motels, like hotels, usually have food that you can just order right in. Yeah, they thought that. Actually, he probably told them that 9 times out of 10. That's why they probably agreed to it. Because if they didn't, they wouldn't have agreed to it at all. Why did he pick African people? Do you have Poscas? I don't know what that means.
In that time, I got reincarnated as a slime. Now, my criticisms aren't necessarily aimed at Kaho herself as a director, even though Eternals turned out to be a horrendous mess. I still don't want to knock her as a director overall. It seems her talent and skills for directing are best suited for indie or small budget, modest films. And whomever put her in charge of directing a blockbuster Marvel movie almost seems like they were setting her up.
I don't think he would have at first, Because that's why he asked him to do it, because it was just too far gone. Like, it would be too far gone in his life.
Failure. But again, current Hollywood is in a place of merit, which you can make your own guesses of why she was appointed director off your own intuitions. I definitely have mine. However, my criticism of this decision is that Hollywood as a whole, especially current Hollywood, isn't equipped for creating, producing, or promoting live action film or TV series from manga. First, they have a budgeting problem. They seem to think money grows on trees and that they can just plant seeds to have it grow back. And I think this is due to a hubris attitude grown over years of cashing in on established franchises and IP and assuming that money tree would just keep growing. When I hear the budgets for some of these movies, it makes me say, like, what the hell were you thinking? Japan doesn't seem to have this problem. Demon Slayer had a budget of $19 million and has now made over $500 million. Chainsaw Man had a $4 million budget and has made over $100 million.
Yes!
Astronomical profit margins. That's what happens when you mix being smart with being creative. Not just throwing $500 million at something and assume people will continue and forever show up because the IP is easily recognizable. It's only so long you can exhaust people's goodwill. And the funny thing is, animation is supposed to cost some more, and it was still kept much lower than these current Hollywood movies, so I definitely don't trust Hollywood to do live action adaptations for manga. 2. Hollywood doesn't understand anime or manga. They only see its popularity in something that's money to be made from. They don't get its unique humor, how mature the themes can be, the sexual appeal, aka fan service. Everything current Hollywood deems problematic and would censor the hell out of is everything that makes Japanese media so fun and captivating. I mean, this even goes back to when Miyazaki was having Hollywood distribute Princess Mononoke to the West, when Harvey Weinstein wanted to censor and edit it because it was deemed too graphic and violent for a Disney film at that time. But Miyazaki, being the base creative he is, basically said take it or leave it, which is an attitude I wish more creators would adopt, so let him lead by example, please. And third, even with this paragraph explaining how the Hollywood studio would be involved is filled with so many red flags. Global this, global that, partnerships with global artists, global producers and partner studios, which signals there will be too many cooks in the kitchen, too many opinions to consider, which will lead to many bloated finished products, which again shows they don't understand Japanese entertainment. People love it because of its Japanese cultural sauce, which will be corrupted the second you include outsiders looking to cash in on it, looking to dig their dirty hands into it. Now, I'm not too surprised when reading this. It's like I had a telescope and could foresee disasters like this coming for some time now. I think it's inevitable that there will be many Japanese outlets that will unknowingly welcome their own demise chasing that Western dollar and will just have to learn the hard way. Hence what Square Enix is currently going through. Finally firing the leeches and parasites in their Western divisions, no matter how much these activists bitch and complain about it. How I view current Hollywood is that it's a place that suffers from high amounts of radioactivity. It's somewhere you want to steer clear from, especially if you're a creative. The same way radiation rots away at your body, cells, and DNA. In this metaphor, it's political correctness that will eat away at your creativity. You'll get sucked into that world where it can be intoxicating, I know, full of positive toxicity, no pun intended, but it will leave you convinced to serve up molded bread as if it was a 5-star steak dinner, then get surprised when no one accepts it. Any Eastern creative outlet, studio, whatever, should be far from setting up shop in any place in the West at this point. Take it from Sony. Yes, there will be short-term gain with lots of money invested, but long-term failure when the integrity of your creative work slowly deteriorates over time, hence the current state of Marvel, hence the current state of Square Enix, to use them again. To me, I don't think it's worth it. All Hollywood knows to do at this point is to take something popular and transform it to appease what they call the modern audience. Japanese media is full of what Hollywood despises, and if you think they'll make any attempts to do this medium justice,
fuck no.
Are you out of your mind?
But that's all I have for this video. Tell me what you think in the comment section below. Look, I know there are what could be considered exceptions, not by my standards, but what other fans would say. It still doesn't make me put any weight or excitement in such announcements as this. Some Japanese outlets and creators, for some reason, still put weight in Western validation. From award shows, ceremonies, which have lost all credibility for years now. They're just political correct contests at this point. Pat on the backs from Hollywood execs, which are just knives in disguise, and praise, which are just full of fake smiles. But like I said, for those not paying attention to the current landscape of things, they'll just have to learn the hard way. Also, if you haven't checked out my music, links in the description. If you love those Samurai Champloo, lo-fi mellow boom bap vibes, then my music is definitely for you. And if you want to support me and the content I create, consider joining my channel and becoming a member. It's much appreciated. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What do you think? Peace.
What do you think?
Hello and welcome.
Let me see. What is this one? Okay.
The situation relating to the shoplifting stuff. And as a lot of you may already know,
Okay,
all right,
so
ladies and gentlemen,
so she finally got permabanned. Let's go.
It was official. Nina Lin has officially been permabanned by latest sources, according to Feared Buck. And I don't know about the sources per se, but this is happening on multiple outlets. As you can see here, another person says Nina Lin. He says Nina Lin has been indefinitely banned on Twitch. Now, I'm not entirely sure where their sources are from, but they say she's been banned for the shoplifting incident of which we all saw before. As you can see here in my previous video, it said Nina Lin has been unbanned on Twitch after 1 week, and then she was subsequently banned after that, I guess, for another situation relating to the shoplifting stuff. And as a lot of you may already know, I uploaded a video saying she's beyond disgusting, and this was related to a video of her in a compilation of her shoplifting at Target. It was a literal compilation video of her back to back shoplifting various different items, including food like tomatoes, meats, bread. I mean, good God, you're rich, you're a streamer, you have a platform, you make tens of thousands of dollars every single month, and she has millions of followers on multiple platforms. There was no need to do this at all. Like, just to catch you guys up, here's a part of that compilation.
39? Okay. Fuck. Continue scanning. What the fuck? How do I get this?
That's disgusting, bro. So apparently, it looks like she has like a gift card under this cake. She was supposed to buy it for like what? So yeah, I do my commentary. Basically, this cake was $40. She asked at the beginning of this. Guy said $39.99. She brought it to the self-checkout kiosk, and then she took a gift card, I believe, because you could scan those in store and, add funds to them at the self-pay kiosks, I believe. And basically, she held it under the cake, acting as if she was actually scanning the $40 cake, when in reality, she was probably just scanning a $5 gift card, and it was crazy. It really was. Here we have another part of the compilation where she was stealing another particular item.
Here, guys, I'm not stealing. I'm not stealing. Damn, well, do we have to scan this one? Here. We're not stealing. I promise you we're not stealing.
The fact that she even has to say we're not stealing, I promise you we're not stealing is crazy. This is crazy, and it's crazy, like, it really was crazy, bro. Like, like the people you guys make famous, not you specifically watching this video, but I'm just saying in general, the general public, it's crazy.
Oh my God, it has to be every single one. I'm gonna beat your ass. You know what? They keep it on stealing. Excuse me, I gotta steal. Oh my God, I'm gonna steal? Oh, I can't steal.
Bro, this is so ghetto, man. It's just shameless behavior, man. Shameless behavior. So that's basically the situation. And I didn't even read the comments under this video, but let's read some comments. Someone said crazy. Target has a thing where they track who is stealing and they make the person think they're getting away with it. Target then waits until said person gets up to like $5,000 to $10,000, so they have a bigger charge on them instead of like petty theft or something like that. Okay. Another viewer said, you'd think someone that loud would get caught more often, right? Someone else said, that wasn't Chinese, that was Korean. Okay, my bad. In the video, I said she started busting out Chinese or Cantonese, I don't know. Someone else said, Aquafina's long lost criminal sister. What? Then here we have a fellow content creator by the name of Tectone who said, this morning, by the way, I'm recording early, someone said, glad that Nina Lin got banned indefinitely for shoplifting, but don't forget they received 0 punishment for SAing 2 men live on stream. Now, the only video I'm aware of them, Nina Lin and what's her name, Zoe Spencer SAing a man, that was the Twitch streamer Silky's assistant by the name of Syed. Now, for obvious reasons, I can't can't show the actual footage of him being SA'd, but this is, I'm sure you guys all remember Syed from Silky Stream getting SA'd by Zoe Spencer and Nina Lin, right? We remember his face in the situation, and you know, he started crying and everything. Honestly, I'm not gonna even bother showing any footage or screenshots, but I just gotta say, bro, like, it really took Nina Lin shoplifting for her to get permanently suspended or banned from Twitch. Not the SAing, right? Not the, you know, forceful contact of another human being who did not want to be contacted or physically touched. No, it was the shoplifting. Right. I just gotta say, it just goes to show you how serious situations regarding SA when it comes to men are taken by these platforms. They really don't give an F, bro. They don't. Another person said he definitely sent in the mail in the coffin email. LOL. I don't know. I think he means nail in the coffin. And here's a screenshot of Penguins' 2 videos on the situation, nearing basically like what's 6 million views combined. His first video on the situation was why did Twitch unban her, and the second one was keep her banned, right? So, you know, as soon as a big creator like Penguins starts talking about it, then you know the person, whoever he's talking about, is officially cooked. And commenters said, the F is she stealing for? She has money to buy it. Literally, exactly. OP said, I forgot she did steal at Target. They have their own forensic labs. They don't play, LOL. So, you know, it's news to me that Target really takes theft seriously. I thought they just let people go with whatever they wanted if it was too much of a hassle to follow up with. But apparently Target is like the underdog of the retail world when it comes to catching thieves. And according to the Times of India, they say Nina Lin reportedly faces permanent Twitch ban as viral Target live stream sparks fresh outrage online. So shout out to the Times of India. They say Nina Lin, the internet personality also known as Nina Daddy is Back, has reportedly been permanently banned from Twitch. And just to show you guys that she is still banned, as you can see here, yeah, this channel is currently unavailable due to a violation of Twitch's community guidelines or terms of service. And as you can see here on her Instagram page, yeah, I don't think she's made any updates regarding this permanent ban. I don't think she really cares. Maybe she wasn't really making that much money on Twitch. You know, on her latest stories, she seems to be chilling. Whoa. So I just caught this.
Bro. This is not the last we heard of her. Bro, if anything, if all else fails, she's gonna have an OnlyFans. Bro, I'm telling you, as soon as this is over, she's going to have an OnlyFans. Unless she already has one, I'm not even gonna put it past her. And everything will be back to normal. I'm dead serious. It should be even more outrageous from that point.
Story from her. She says, ain't no way MFers making shit up now. Y'all are obsessed. Don't worry, I'll be back. Should I do a trailer just because of this? So, hey, she's now saying that this is made up. This report is fabricated and that y'all are obsessed. Now, mind you, if this was not my job and it didn't get me views or money, I would not be talking about this because I couldn't care less about these streamers. But alas, it is my job, and I just want to say I, as a creator, want a fair and balanced ecosystem for all creators. Because had I done everything that Nina Lin has done bar for bar, but in my male body, bro, I would have literally caught criminal charges by now. That's facts. We all understand that. And I assure you, I would have been 100% banned from all these platforms as a creator. That's just, let's be honest. Male creators have been banned for way less. Much less. For words, literal words. She also said, wait till I'm back. Can't wait for them to be mad. She also said longest record this year, 2 weeks on land. Okay. But yeah, I mean, we don't even know I don't know what to think anymore. She's saying that this is cap, it's fabricated, it's a lie. This is why I said at the beginning of this video, I'm not sure about these Twitter pages sources, although it is on the Times of India. Listen, I don't even know if the Times of India can be credited as being a credible source. But ladies and gentlemen, what do you think about this? I mean, yeah, like, you know, it's crazy. Someone else said, I ain't know she was built like that. Hold up. I think we made a mistake. You see, this is why we could never hold down the fort. There will always be a traitor amongst the male population. Bro said, I ain't know she was built like that. Like, bro, she literally committed multiple, in my opinion, felonies. SA, shoplifting of thousands of dollars, potentially. Things, you know, we would not be able to get away with. And now she's saying that this is all cap. And that she is not being held accountable. She said this is cap. So she's probably gonna come back to the platform. I mean, it's crazy. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thoughts and opinions down below. What do you think about this? And yeah, I'll catch you guys in the next one.
It needs to be a little more 3D. We need to put a little more 3D form on that. Maybe we need a little more darker colors. So I'm gonna put more darker red, more saturation around some here. I got you, bro. I got you, bro. Put this here. Oops, shit. That was not on purpose. Okay, there we go. I think that looks... I think it... Yeah. Alright. See here. What are we looking at? What's the next thing we're watching? I think the colors are looking pretty okay. I think we should add a little more red in there. Just for good measure. Just to give it more of a life. Like, I like how I have it like that painterly look. It looks pretty cool, but it needs a little bit more like Rhino Tuna to a degree, but not the same. Also, I don't care about that. Where the fuck is the cold violet? What is this? No, I don't care about that. Oh, here are the villain. From the camera crying with a filter posting. What?
I don't want nobody to feel sorry for me. You know what I'm saying? But it's like...
What is going on here?
I brought my son into school. I didn't pay the week, and I just hurried up to the office and tell him, "Can I just pay for today? Can I just pay for like 2 days, one more day?" And I was telling her like a little bit of my situation. I said, literally, I know you gotta say it in advance, but I just decided it's kind of an emergency, and honestly, I don't have no money like left, and I'm trying to go back home.
I'm starting to honestly think it is a work of pure evil that out of all the things on the internet, they chose to blackball me when I was a viral trend, because this is the reality of a lot of single mom households. First of all, Merry Christmas. Second of all, I don't know what it is about the holiday season, but it's got y'all very vulnerable, apparently. The front camera crying is at an all-time high. And you know what that means? There's just so much more work to be done. Despite how viral some of the videos are, there are still so many people who have no idea that I even exist. And since it's the holiday season, you know how I normally cut these videos pretty short to dance, swing some Pampers around? I figured today, we should let them talk. Merry Christmas, everybody.
One, please be aware of who you're having a kid with.
Oh, I've been saying that 1,000 of times. I be saying that 1,000 times. Don't have sex with anyone and don't do it raw because they probably crazy and stupid. I keep telling y'all that. Don't do it because the individual might be stupid. And that goes for both men and women. Don't have children with a dumbass and don't have children with a harpy. So.
I know she ain't front camera crying with a filter on.
One,
actually, who said it? Oh, wait. It was that dude. What's his name? Hold up. I saved it. It was funny. He said, wait, let me see. I think I still have it. I think I still have it. It's on Instagram. Let it play.
Aware of who you're having a kid with. Two, I'm gonna let y'all know that anything can change and happen at any moment. We never know a person until we know a person. Being a mom is not easy. This shit is scary.
No shit. That's what happens when you live in you listen to feminists. That's what happens when you listen to fucking feminists. They said being a single mom, nothing wrong being a single mom. Okay. Nothing, definitely that. No man says, I want to be a single dad. You know what's that? You hear bitches say, I'd rather be a single mom. Right, right. Yeah, that's perfect. I never heard that one. That's a good one. Bro, I swear to God, you never hear a man says being a single father is fun. If anything, they want to off themselves majority of the time. I'm telling you, it's not something you want to be part of. I asked my homeboy, he's a single dad. He said he hates being a single dad. It's horrible. And what's worse, if his baby's mom does not help the situation, she makes things even more worse. Straight up.
This shit don't never end.
Hard to get
like,
bitches.
It don't never end. And honestly, I feel like
He said he finds it more harder to find bitches who has children than the bitches who have no children. Which is odd. It's very odd. He said that. I'm like, wait, why would that be hard? Wouldn't that be easier if you both have kids? You guys will be on the same boat. Like, nah, bro. No, they have excuse for why they're in this situation. When it's you are broke. That shit is horrible. Yeah, that shit's horrible. The only time a single father will be bigged up in the sense of being a single father is when the mother died within the marriage. If she died within the marriage, you're more respected because, like, you know, you stayed with her. She died because of, like, what, a car accident, probably through childbirth, something like that. You're respected, right? But when you're a single dad and you just kind of fucked up, you're kind of like, you know, it is what it is.
I really wish I waited to have a kid.
Yes, you should have waited. I know too many girls in my lifetime who is now single mothers and regret doing the shit that they did when they was much younger. They said if they had a choice, if they like, don't get this twisted. I'm not saying the children's the problem. The children are the victim. I'm saying the woman's choices and the man's choices. It is your choice. You will fuck up your kids' lives in this way.
It was gonna be the missing piece to my puzzle. I thought I was gonna be the happiest, have the white picket fence, have a happy family, something I didn't have. And it turns out to be a fucking nightmare. This is a fucking nightmare. And I look at my baby and I try to stare at him as long as I can. But it's okay. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna pray like I never prayed before.
You better pray, bitch. You better pray. You need a prayer. You need... that's what happens when you listen to feminists. They'll tell you some bullshit. Just angry hoes.
I try to be a strict mom. I try to be a fun mom.
No. You can be cool with your kids, but you have to know the line. I'm telling you, you can be cool with your kids. You can be a cool parent, but you have to let your kids know that there's a line that cannot be crossed. Don't get that shit twisted.
Be your friend. I give these kids everything they need, and I give them as much as I can.
Me, that's the problem. Do they have a daddy in their life? Who is their father, biologically? I'm not talking about no stepdaddy. I'm not talking about that shit.
I want respect, and I want things done. Because I break my back every day to provide for my family. And for one of my kids to think that I don't have authority over them, that, oh,
never. It just
if you hit me, I'm gonna hit you. Just imagine your child telling you to shut up. I don't care.
I found it, guys. I found it. Hold on. This is funny. Hold up. I got you. Hold up.
Nope.
I don't really mean to do this, but this is funny.
I don't give a fuck what nobody say. If you record yourself crying, you are fucking nuts. I said I don't give a fuck. What the fuck is wrong with you niggas? Are you setting the phone up to record yourself making them ugly ass faces? And you niggas got catalogs and you just cry. I wish somebody would record me cry. I'm smacking the fucking phone out your hand. Steve, nigga. Set the phone up, go to record, and then cry. Nigga, you ain't that damn hurt, man. What the fuck is wrong with you niggas, man? I'm telling you, man. Watch out for them niggas. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. If you record yourself crying,
you are fucking nuts.
Like you set the phone up to record yourself making them ugly ass faces.
Oh shit.
Nigga, some of you niggas got catalogs and you just cry. I wish somebody would record cry. I'm smacking the fucking phone out your hands. What be wrong with y'all? Y'all niggas real life set the phone up, go to record, and then cry. Nigga, you ain't that damn hurt, nigga. What be wrong with you niggas? I'm telling you, watch out for them niggas. Niggas, I don't give a
Oh my god, I don't give a fuck what anyone says. If you record yourself crying, you are fucking nuts.
You gonna turn around, you gonna slap them in their mouth, right? I maybe one time lifted my hand to my mom and maybe pushed her, shoved her very slightly. And I knew
I see how she. I see what you're doing here,
pay
huh?
for that. I knew I was gonna pay for that. But
Right.
gosh, damn
I
it.
think they do. When I'm pretty sure they do. There's no way they did on the first try. There's no. That's probably why she's wearing the glasses.
Like this.
You guys, it will forever be embarrassing to have to talk about money or to tell somebody you don't have money or to tell somebody you get paid for something.
What be the purpose of the front camera?
Bro, yeah, yo, guys, have you seen that video with that white lady? She's in the car. She wanted to get sympathy from her audience, so she had her son in the car. And then she made a video where she had to show that they was sad because his dog died, right? And as she forgot to record, or I think she forgot to like edit, which was weird. She forgot to edit out the parts where she kept on telling the son to cry more because we need to get people to get sad. And he's like, I'm crying, I'm trying. And it's so sad and so fucking, like, it's so fucked up because, like, he's supposed to be crying over his dog, not be forced to cry over his dog for some people to watch, for him to look embarrassing, making ugly faces on the internet. That is wild. That is fucking wild, bro. That is crazy. Why would you do this to your son? You're traumatizing this boy. Jesus Christ, that is wild.
Money or to tell somebody you don't have money.
And yeah, she was a single mom too.
Or to tell somebody you get paid for something.
When you're in class and your homeboys start making some stupid noises and you start laughing too.
It will forever be embarrassing to have to talk about money or to tell somebody you don't have money or to tell somebody you get paid for something.
Don't laugh. Fuck you.
Purpose of the front camera crying. Hold on, I'm finna start her over. She was funny.
You guys, it will forever be embarrassing to have to talk about money or to tell somebody you don't have money or to tell somebody you get paid for something. It doesn't matter how, like, yes, I talk about it online and whatever, but it's like every time I have to explain myself, I'll be like, I can't pay for it. I literally just have to. So I feel like,
oh my god,
people give you. It's like, I hate it. I don't want nobody to feel sorry for me. You know what I'm saying?
Girl.
Then why are you crying?
Oh.
It's like, I brought my son into school. I didn't pay the week, and I just hurried up to the office and tell him, "Can I just pay for today? Can I just pay for like 2 days, one more day?"
I'm just gonna be very clear to you. 90% of women want marriage, but 85% of them initiate the divorce. Just to put that in perspective. Just to put that in perspective, statistically, 90% of women want marriage, but 85% of them initiate the divorce after 5 years or 10. So remember that. So remember this closely to yourself. 90% of women want marriage, but 85% of them causes the divorce to happen. Sound like 5% is that sweet spot, right? 5% sweet spot. Hey, G, what's going on, bud?
I was telling her like a little bit of my situation. I said, literally, I know you gotta say it in advance, but I just decided it's kind of an emergency, and honestly, I don't have no money like left, and I'm trying to go back home.
I'm starting to honestly think it is a work of pure evil that out of all the things on the internet, they chose to blackball me when I was a viral trend. Because this is the reality of a lot of single mom households. And the reason why so many single moms like my content is because they go through moments like this, but they would never pull out their front camera and cry while going, you know what I'm saying? Like, the last time I cried was April 22nd, because I was supposed to get a nice little whop for doing 100 million views on Facebook.
What?
And I lost my account on payday. I sat in the bathroom and wept like a bitch because I just felt the weight of being blackballed from being so viral, and I kept my head down and did such a good job of just being grateful for what I actually do have. Very grateful. But you know, like, that was the money that I had earned. It was mine. So the fact that I couldn't have it, I was just upset. But what I never thought about doing was pulling out my phone and crying into it.
Wait, what, bud?
I don't mind working hard. I don't mind whatever, but how it feels for people to and then she's not looking at me any type of way. I just am embarrassed. She's being nice to me and trying to say, oh, you can, how about you call? And she's like, maybe this could be a courtesy date, but she's like, I can't do that because I'm not the specialist. I don't do this, but you can call and maybe she can help you. Because she's just a lady that works there, you know, and I'm so embarrassed.
What?
That's the
Oh,
most
okay, got you.
embarrassing
Thank you, my dude.
Saying it out
Sorry,
here
thank
online,
you. I didn't know.
because I feel like I don't
Thank
know
you.
you, and if you're thinking some type of way about me, I don't even know. I'm about to go into a different office to get his papers from school and just be done.
This is what it's gonna be, and this is how it's gonna be. And I'm fighting it day by day, fighting these challenges day by day.
Shit.
But there's always that one kid that just makes it so much harder.
Kid?
They're all difficult.
I'm so embarrassed that I'm going to show the world.
Harder.
You just walked, bro. I just showed this. I just showed this. Bro, I just showed this. You came in right after me.
I don't give a fuck what nobody say. If you record yourself crying, you are fucking nuts. I said it. I don't give a fuck. What the fuck be wrong with you niggas? Like, you set the phone up to record yourself making them ugly ass faces? What the fuck? And some of you niggas got catalogs and you just cry. I wish somebody would record me cry. I'm smacking the fucking phone out your hands. Steve, nigga. What's wrong with y'all, nigga? Y'all niggas real life set the phone up, go to record, and then cry. Nigga, you ain't that damn hurt, nigga. What the fuck be wrong with you niggas, man? I'm telling you, watch out for them niggas. Them niggas. I don't give a fuck with nobody.
If you record yourself crying, you are fucking nuts. Bro, I'm on that level. I'm on that level. Bro, let's go.
Yell and shout, oh, what is it? Why is it about me? Oh, because I look like my dad. No, girl, ain't nobody care about your father. Ain't nobody care about your father, because that has been done and forgiven, and that has been put to rest. And that man will now move on and live his karma that he declared on himself.
What? This bitch, what?
She thinks I'm attacking her because she looks like her father.
Oh yeah, single mothers like to do that. Oh my god, especially in the black community, they love doing that. They love the fact, like, when they are not in good standings with the dad, especially if they're not in together, they like to say how ugly you look like your daddy. Or they like to bring up how you look like your father. Some shit like that. That shit be wild. Especially when they pissed off having an issue with the kid. They'll be like, you look like your ugly daddy. That shit is a very weird thing in the black community.
And dead in the eyes.
It's a weird fucking thing.
I would serve him. Because that's not my plate.
That's how you traumatize a kid. And that's how you make them hate the kid.
Just to get back at him.
No, that shit crazy.
I left it in God's hands. And God is taking care of it. He's taking a little longer than I thought, but
Oh, and these bitches always up in God. These bitches always up in God. But they'll be doing the most ungodly shit ever. That's the irony in this. They'll be quick to go to church and all that shit, but they will do everything but be God-fearing. They think just going to church is good enough. These fucking... Okay, let me see. She needs to use a speak and spell so she can learn how to use her words.
But the simple thought that she thinks I'm coming after her because she looks like her father, like...
You are going after her because of her father. What is that? What does that have to do with anything? Is it done? Oh, it's finished. Oh, fuck, that was abrupt. Holy fuck, that was abrupt. That's crazy, bro. Okay, they raw dogging on the internet in the name of Jesus. They raw dogging in the name of Jesus. Oh my god, dude. What was it that wait, hold on. Let me find it was fuck. That should be crazy. Oh. 4 before. Phew. Okay. I got one last video.
These people aren't like fascists. They are fascists.
The gingerbread house.
At this point,
right?
I don't want to hear any talk from Republicans.
I at least
about,
want to see
guys, we just have simple disagreements.
the gingerbread house be done.
They're immoral and they're fascist. I don't want anything to do with them. That's the reality of what Republicans are today in America.
Well, that escalated quickly. Is he going to say why Republicans are fascist? Nope, he's just going to allude to some vague media story that people can't recognize anymore because it was too long ago. So basically, this is just a 1 minute short of the Young Turks owner and horse enthusiast, Cenk Uygur, calling his political opponents evil with no explanation. Is it any wonder why the modern left is becoming more and more a synonym for the word violence? Especially after watching every reasonable person flee that party, or get ousted for not being far left enough. But the way we got here is not a mystery. In fact, I think a lot of the progression towards radicalism is quite intentional. Speaking of the Young Turks, allow me to introduce you to former employee Jimmy Dore, telling the Young Turks audience to assault cops.
When you're around cops, right? You're like, oh, you want to be like,
you know why he said
compliant,
that?
Right?
Comment,
but at the
right?
same time,
wait, why? Wait, Jared, calm down. Wait, calm down. Wait, why? Wait.
if you don't know they're going to slam your head into a car or something, like, you don't want to be so compliant. Like, so when do I fight them? When do I give a little resistance?
I've watched...
When do you fight them? So you're telling stupid people to go fight the cops. That never ends well. For anyone. Who's ever, like, one up on a cop and say crazy shit to them and then tell them to fight? And then live the tale.
Enough body cam footage to know that almost every time someone's having a bad experience with the police is because they were violently resisting arrest after breaking the law. So his advice to be extra confrontational towards the police instead of being assertive and polite is going to get people killed. Now, in this specific case that Jimmy was talking about, the officer was in the wrong and self-defense would have been justified. But the issue here is that he applies this advice generally to police encounters while suggesting with no evidence that the woman they're talking about in the last clip was a...
No way. No way. He didn't say... Did he say that? No. No. Say... I hope you're bullshitting. Please be bullshitting, bro. He did not ask for that. Like, he would low-key, like, legalize that. No way. Are you serious? Oh, that's new to me. I didn't know that one. I gotta see a video on that.
Assaulted by the officer because she was black.
But what's wrong with this guy? Is it like a power thing? Is it roid rage? Is it something like weirdly sexual?
Oh, the woman was not white who he did this to?
Oh.
This was said in 2013, around the time that BLM started. Non-white means black because those were the types of videos that were going viral during that period. So the suggestion is that the officer attacked a woman for being black, and he made this assertion with no evidence. She was white. And the problem is that when you make this kind of assertion on a topic that's already been heated since Rodney King in the 90s, followed by saying that you should be violent towards police officers, you're going to inspire certain people to take action. Which brings us to this guy, Gavin Long, who is a fan of the Young Turks and killed 4 police officers. Before the shooting, Gavin had uploaded reaction videos to content from the Young Turks, one of them being where Jimmy Dore said this in response to a police dispute that actually involved a black woman who was being arrested.
I don't know what I would do with
I forgot. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Yeah, Vosh was on that shit. Vosh was on that shit. He's a horse fucker. He's a lolly short stack horse fucker or some shit. That shit's funny. Okay. Oh my god, remember it was okay, remember I'll leave it. Yeah, okay.
in that situation. So if you go over and you confront the cops, which you would do in any other situation if they weren't cops.
That's right.
In any other situation, if there were 2 grown men pouncing on a woman who is pregnant and she's screaming and she's not a threat to anybody, you would go over there and you would start by punching those guys. That's how you would start.
This man's an idiot. Why would you put like you're stupid. This is the police. They're a little bit different compared to some average Joe who's trying to do something to some... Jesus Christ. That's different. It's not the same. And he knows that. Sent. Okay, I'll check it out.
Hey, retard. In this hypothetical example where you're the hero, do you know any of the context before you start acting? Are you saying that people should beat up cops because they hear a woman shouting? What if she had a gun and was threatening people?
Yeah, what if
she was screaming things that were untrue to garner sympathy from bystanders? Criminals do that all the time, so telling people to assault cops based on small amounts of information that they would realistically have in a situation like this is incredibly irresponsible. The full context is on screen for those who care, but basically a pregnant black woman was put face down on her stomach and put in handcuffs for failing to identify. The baby ended up being fine when she was born, but why was this woman put into that position? Well, it's because she was resisting arrest. Yes, the arrest was unlawful because in California you don't have to identify in that specific context. However, instead of educating people on how stupid it is to resist arrest unless your life is in danger, even if that arrest is unlawful, Jimmy suggests that basically all cops are racist and you should be violently hostile towards them.
No. There's no reason to arrest her. And she's not going anywhere.
That's not true. If you watch the footage, you can see her walking away from the police.
He already said there wasn't a crime that was committed, yet you are black, and I'm a little pissed off that you're not doing exactly what I said. So I'm going to hurt you.
These are the true racists. These are the true racists. The people who are trying to be your friend, they're usually the true racists. They're wolf in sheep's clothing. They're trying to put you in a situation where you get fucked up. They don't care about you. So when this white guy here is trying to be like down with you and try to like quote unquote help you, he's trying to put you in. He's trying to get you killed. He is actually trying to get you killed. He's not your friend. If you're a minority, he's not your friend. He's trying to get you killed. Because he wouldn't do that himself. He's expecting you to do it. That's the irony in this. He's not going to do it. He wants you to do it. So I watched Nux cover this, and he points something insane during this upcoming clip. When you get to the black kid with the glasses, pause. Okay.
To brutalize you right now in public in front of a school. I don't give a fuck because I'm a cop, and that's why I became a cop, because I'm not a big thinker, and I like brutality.
For one.
Wow. I'm not a big thinker, and I like brutality.
Jimmy fails to mention that the white lady said someone else witnessed the black girl punching her car and violently screaming at her, so the black lady might have lucked out with an unlawful arrest for failure to identify. She could have very well been guilty, and that might be the actual reason for why she was resisting. More importantly, and I withheld this information from earlier for dramatic effect, but if you go frame by frame on the body cam footage, which the Young Turks should know to do, they're a news organization, but if you go frame by frame, you can see the pregnant black lady is actually put on her side, not her stomach. She's on her side the whole time. So while this arrest was technically unlawful, the cops, in fact, were not trying to beat her up. The way the Young Turks reported this story, followed by their conclusion about cops, is actually kind of evil.
People who join the police like brutality. That's why they're cops. They dig this shit.
No, people who join the police are people who are I want to say that they like confrontation, but they have to, to be a cop, you have to, I wouldn't say like, but you have to understand that this is a confrontational job, just like if you went into the army. it'll be stupid to think you go into the army or into the law enforcement, depending on what branch, but like usually in law enforcement, you're not gonna have some type of pushback by some, I don't know, assailant in some shape or form. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe some of them may like a form of confrontation. You have to have some form of like be in bed with that idea, but like I don't think they like brutality for the sake of brutality. I don't think so. They want to keep their community safe. I think that's perfectly fine. Some of them may have a different outlet on that, but I'm pretty sure majority of them just wants their community safe so people don't run amok and cause trouble.
Those cops are brutal maniacs.
Whether she was guilty of a crime or not, if the cops are engaged in an unlawful arrest,
rhetoric.
do not resist unless
Okay,
your
let
life
me
is in
see.
danger. Assert your rights and then punish them in court, not on the street.
Yes.
Going back to Gavin
I've never
Long,
heard that
in
one.
response to these Jimmy Dore clips, you can see the Young Turks fan is repeating the same rhetoric that Jimmy said, while also saying that he will beat up cops, as the Young Turks segment he's reacting to is being reflected on his glasses.
By the way, there's nothing to de-escalate. Nothing's happened. They come in, they escalate.
The cops came in. You're supposed to be the de-escalator.
Oh,
You
right
came
there.
in and escalated the situation.
What if they started punching her?
They didn't punch her, though.
But they didn't. You're putting hypotheticals that didn't happen. Go back. Okay.
That Jimmy was talking about, the officer was in the wrong and self-defense would have been justified, but the issue here is that he applies this advice generally to police encounters while suggesting with no evidence that the woman they're talking about in the last clip was assaulted by the officer because she was black.
But what's wrong with this guy? Is it like a power thing? Is it
White means because she was arrested unless you're
going anywhere said.
One, Jimmy fit a very on the buck. She's on her assumption about cops is accurate. If wrong. In response to these Jimmy Dore clips, you can see the Young Turks fan is repeating this
specifically or the next scene? I'm thinking about this part specifically, I think you mean. Let me see. I'm gonna need a blue. I think a dark blue should be just fine for this. I think. I'm getting used to this, but I'm gonna get better at this eventually. Is it this particular scene or the next one?
the same rhetoric that Jimmy said, while also saying that he will beat up cops as the Young
this
Turks
one. Probably is this one.
segment he's reacting to.
That one. So look at his glasses. He's watching the same clip and then repeats it and then goes out and comments the commits the crime.
Is being reflected on his glasses.
By the way, there's nothing to de-escalate. Nothing's happened. They come in, they escalate.
The cops came in. You're supposed to be the de-escalator. You came in and escalated the situation.
I swear, I feel like he just kind of learned that word just that one video.
What if they started punching her?
They didn't punch her, though.
But they didn't.
Even though the arrest was unlawful, they used minimum force considering the circumstances.
What if they started punching her?
Right, then
So you just let it go?
I don't know.
Bro, but you're putting a hypothetical that didn't happen, so it seems pointless to bring that up. That is crazy. Yeah, it is crazy work. That's dangerous. What you're doing is we're gonna go based on a hypothetical. So whenever there's a situation, we should just run with a hypothetical and think that's what's happening, not what is happening. That's different and that's dangerous. Like, he did not punch her. They pulled her on her side because I guess either she meant she was pregnant or they can see that she's pregnant, so they don't want to hurt the baby. If they're so racist, why wouldn't they just smash her on the floor with her baby? Take her out and the baby. That's 2 for 1, right?
What would you
At
do?
what point do you step in?
I'm not sitting and watching.
I don't know what I would do.
To him.
I don't know what I would do.
I will open my trunk and get a tire iron and then call my dad.
No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. No, he would not. No, he would not. This white man will not do this. He will not do this. He is lying. He is lying. Do not listen to this. He is lying to you. He's saying whatever he can to be down with you so you can lose your life. Don't do this.
He says he'll get the tire iron. I don't know what I'll do, but I'm not sitting and watching. I would have came through.
That is
I would
dangerous.
have not complied. I would have died by protecting that woman.
You will die on a marathon on a woman who you don't know for the sake of just because. She's not gonna remember you, bro. She's not gonna remember you. She's not gonna do a trust fund for you. She's not gonna walk and march for you. She's not gonna do any of that shit. Quite frank, wasn't it they blame black men specifically why Kamala Harris didn't win? She's not gonna sleep with you. She's not gonna sleep with you, bro. And she's already pregnant. She probably, yeah, I'll tell you, bro. That's simp behavior, bro. I understand there's nuances of being a hero, but that's not one of them.
Protect her from what? All they did was put her in handcuffs. She wasn't in any danger, despite the young Turks.
I always find it funny when these people are publicly being reprimanded in like public for all to see, and they're screaming help, while the help is putting them in handcuffs in public for all to see, where everyone pulls out their phone and then they have their body camera and you're screaming for help. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Who you saying screaming help for? You want the civilians to go help you? 9 times out of 10, they're not going to help you. Remember, George Floyd died after the fact. He didn't get saved and then died.
Deliberately trying to make their
no
audience
sense.
believe she was being beat
And
up
Latinos.
for being black. It's like he's being programmed, and he'll act in whatever way they tell him. Also, if you watch Actual Justice Warrior's video on it, you can see him saying some schizo stuff about race. So the fact that the Young Turks are pointing out that she was black and then accusing the cops of being racist when there's no evidence of it is important. 2 cops not knowing the law about identification in California and arresting someone for it is not racism. It's them being idiots, and it's something they should be punished for, but the evidence that it was racially motivated is entirely speculation from the Young Turks. The only racism that came out of this situation was from the black lady herself.
She could call the police for whatever reason, I don't know.
Well, you know, some people just feel like sometimes they're,
Okay, well,
you know,
I'm so threatened by her because she's white.
What's that?
If she's white and she's making threats to me, I felt threatened by her.
So the Young Turks saying that this was a racist
Right.
attack and titling their video, "She's pregnant and black, they're cops, you know how this ends," followed by telling their audience to assault cops is problematic because everyone has people like Gavin Long in their audience, some more than others.
Yeah, I was also a Nation of Islam member.
Some actually a lot.
There it is. There it is. There it is. That makes sense now. It makes sense. It's all coming together. Once he said that, it made sense. It makes sense. Telling you that's a death cult. I'm dead serious.
More than others, which is why you don't encourage violence when you speak publicly. Young Turks fan Gavin Long went on to ambush and shoot 6 police officers, killing 4 of them about 2 weeks after the death of Alton Sterling, who lived in the same community. Alton Sterling was yet another black man who would still be alive if he had followed police orders.
If you want to make it out of a situation safely and alive, listen to the officer's commands.
Contrary to what TYT's Jimmy
I
Dorn...
never really heard someone like fall officer and just died right after. Not really hear anything. I never really heard that.
might say, a quick trip to the station is
Unless
not
I'm
worth your
just very
life.
ignorant
Gavin Long was directly inspired by the Young Turks. Gavin Long made reaction videos to Young Turks videos about the police. There were calls for violence in those Young Turks videos. He had a specific affinity for protecting black women in his mind. And one of those videos in particular was a video.
I'm not gonna lie to you, those same black women would spit on you if you was on fire. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
Where the Young Turks
especially as a man,
speculated that a woman slammed by the police was in fact slammed because she was a black woman, even though in reality she was a white woman.
Right, I agree. I think the Young Turks misrepresenting multiple news stories in a racially charged manner, followed by telling viewers to violently escalate around police, directly inspired Gavin Long to do what he did. They were very clearly race baiting and encouraging their audience members to be violent. But here's the best part.
And now, you want to probably know what the Young Turks' response was to all of this. Well, first, they copyright struck all of the reaction videos so that you can't actually go to Gavin Long's YouTube channel and see the Young Turks plastered all over there. So they copyright struck all of those channels. And then, are you ready for the real psycho twist? They said that he was probably a right-winger, even though they knew that...
What? What? This is equivalent of saying he's a neo-Nazi, but he watches shows like Empire. He knows all the characters. He knows all the storylines, but he's a neo-Nazi and he hates all races and all different types of people. But he's watching these people who he hates so much and watching their shows and knowing exactly what happens and... What? That's weird. Why would a neo-Nazi watch Steven Universe of all things? Why would they watch that? That's weird. Or watch Boondocks. Or why would a neo-Nazi watch, like, I don't know, the comedy show, the Cosby Show, before his Bill Cosby was convicted? Why would they watch that? I don't see the point, but okay.
He was a super fan of their rhetoric. 2 days after the shooting, the Young Turks memory hold the evidence that he was a fan and tried to blame Republicans by calling him a sovereign citizen or other titles that are associated with right-wing politics.
He was part of the New Freedom Group, apparently, an anti-government group.
Ah, he won't say it. What? Say it, Chank. Come on, man. Don't be a bitch. You know what you really want to say? Come on, Chank. Come on, Chank. Don't be that way, bro. Come on, man. You're not going to say it? He was a member of Islam? Come on, bro. Come on.
This is a group that is afraid of government power. And is, yes.
He won't say the group's name. I wonder why. Why won't you say the group's name, Chank? Because you're afraid of them. You bitch. You a bitch. You's a hoe. Oh. I like when Charlie Kirk blew your ass up when he was making fun of you from your nephew. That shit was funny.
They're right wing.
Now, this happened a while back, so you would think that the Young Turks would have learned their lesson and started to lower the temperature on
They're
the type
right
of language
wing.
that they use.
They're right wing. Muslims are pretty right wing.
But nope. A handful of years after this event, you can still find them promoting violence.
I know we're not supposed to, support violence, but hey, sometimes it's like punching a Nazi. You just got to get in there and,
What do you know about punching Nazis? What does this bitch know about punching anything? This bitch need to punch a cow, cook that cow, and eat a burger. That's what she needs to do.
Make it happen.
During this segment, she called the guy a terrorist at one point and then a Nazi during that clip who you should violently assault because he broke an LGBT sign that was near a mannequin of a child inside of a Target store. Gee, wouldn't it be awkward if there were examples of trans people destroying signs?
She needs
So
to
I'm
eat.
glad to see that the Young Turks has
She
learned
needs
to
to
calm
eat,
down
bro.
their rhetoric, considering, one of their fans committed a mass shooting after he was on camera directly repeating their violent messaging. But as bad as all this stuff is, along with the constant violent rhetoric from leftist media corporations and politicians, I think it's still surface-level material because there's actually something far more nefarious going on here that is quite abstract but very effective at turning people into radicals. And to talk about that, let's go to a video made by a channel called The Second Story, where Hillary, the channel owner, talks about what I think is the deliberate dumbing down of American kids through the education system.
According to the PIAAC, over 25% of adults in America score at or below level 1 literacy. Go ahead and rewind that if you need to, but let me say that one more time. Over 25% of American adults cannot read above kindergarten literacy.
Ooh. Ooh, that's not good at all. That's not kind of bad. That's bad. I was reading at 12th grade, reading level in 5th grade. That's crazy, bro. Bro. That's not good.
And that number is growing.
Now, let's just sort these stats out by race because I don't care if people say they're offended
I watched
by
her
reality.
video
And
on
look,
Villains at least.
we found
I
an
think
issue
it's
that
her.
no one
Oh,
is
you
shocked
saw her
by.
video?
It
Okay.
would be horrible
On Villains?
if someone
Is it a good video? Is it worth watching, or is it like a bunch of stupidness? You tell me.
pointed out that 44% of Hispanics
I'll
and
still watch it,
50% of
though.
black people cannot read above a kindergarten level, which is 3 times their white counterparts. If I were a black or Hispanic
I'll be
parent, I
annoyed.
would be furious about this.
Let's look at level 2. This level is important to our discussion because based on my own assessment, most published authors today are probably at this level. I personally would call this 3rd or 4th grade literacy. This group makes up about 29% of the population. Combined with level 1, these two groups account for almost 60% of American adults. Over half of American adults cannot read above a basic 3rd or 4th grade level. and can only analyze what they've read in a limited sense.
Oh, this makes so...
This kind of makes a lot of sense now, huh? All right, so next time you get into a debate with someone, think they might be one of the 28% that can't read about it. Yo, when I hear this, you can't read shit, you know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of two things. That one meme of the kid saying, hey, my name's Carl, and I don't know how to fucking read. That one meme. I'm pretty sure everyone's seen that at least once. And then the second one with 50 Cent making fun of Floyd Mayweather. And he said he'll bet a lot of money if you can read a Harry Potter book. If you can read a Harry Potter book, I'll gift you $50,000. I was like, bro, that is rude. You are fucked up for that, but that is funny. That shit was funny. Yeah, but it's pretty long. It's pretty long? Oh, man. I can't do long today.
So much sense. So more than half of
So we'll watch it
Americans
next
are
stream.
basically illiterate when
Send
it
it
comes
to
to
me,
handling
Bryce,
tech
so I
more
can watch it
difficult than
next
Harry
stream, I
Potter.
promise.
Which means when it comes to complex issues like the economy or politics, they're too dumb to read about it. Oh wait, it says that Harry Potter is a 4th to 6th grade reading level.
Actually,
Harry
you know
Potter
what?
might-
This makes a lot of sense because we did that video on that fake Justin Bieber impressionist who went to, I think it was a casino, and everyone thought it was Justin Bieber, and he was some guy from French with a low cut fade or some shit like that who looks like him, but he's not him, right? And a bunch of people not only scoured around him to take pictures, but he went inside the casino. It got word that everyone thought Justin Bieber was there. So the manager who owns the place gave the fake Justin Bieber and his friends and his fake posse slash entourage a private room where they can sit up top to watch the club happen for absolutely no charge whatsoever. And then in the same breath, these people asked the fake Justin Bieber, do you think in an hour and a half, do you think you can be able to perform for us at the casino? Not only that the dude said yes, but no one thought, Justin Bieber is here, as we assume that he's here. He never announced it, nothing like that to any degree. And he's at this high-profile place. Wouldn't it be really weird for him just to perform for free and not charge in the slightest? No one stopped to ask that question in a little bit? And then like like a manager or agent of Justin to like, I don't know, just verify this is actually Justin Bieber because there's a lot of impressions out there or some bullshit. No one found that a bit suspicious in the slightest that this man was just going to perform for free and not charge you in the slightest? When he didn't even announce he's going to be there, that doesn't make any sense. Because if I was a person who was dealing with Justin Bieber and I was one of his posses and or agent, I would at least call the place that is a high-profile place where they have VIP sectioning to let them know that Justin Bieber is not only going to be there, but he wants to relax and have fun, X, Y, and Z. So to make the place safe, can you please give us a VIP place so we can, like, relax, whatever. 9 times out of 10, they'll say yes, and then in exchange, they may pay you for appearing, or they may pay you for performing. And if you ask him to perform, he'll say, okay, I'll perform, but for this fee, it'll be like $100,000 for like 1 hour or some shit. Like, I'm pretty sure that would have made a lot of sense. But no one stopped to think, this is really weird how this man did not ask for no money in the slightest. And this is Justin fucking Bieber. Why would he do that for free? Yeah, it's called Modern Villains and Pitiful and Important. Okay, I sent it. Okay, we'll watch it tomorrow. Thank you, bud.
Economy or politics, they're too dumb to read about it. Oh, wait.
Everyone was too stupid to realize this. And then when he did perform, people just went with it and started taking pictures. No one bothered to say, this is not weird. You're not going to look up where... you can go to his Instagram, his Twitter, whatever. I'm pretty sure he's going to announce he's doing some bullshit. Why would he... You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense.
It says that Harry Potter is a 4th to 6th grade reading level. Harry Potter might even be too difficult.
Closely related to this study is this article from The Atlantic. The author spoke to a number of university professors and several students and found that professors have had to adjust their expectations of their students. English lit majors can no longer be expected to read whole assigned books, but have to content themselves with assigned passages of books. Several of these college students, these young adults, have arrived on campus unaware that reading whole books would be required of them. Several
I would
told
expect if I went to college, especially university, and I'm at a high level of education, I think reading a book should be that of like reading a paragraph. It should be like equivalent to that, like in high school. You know, in high school they make you write like 6 sentences or like a page. That's the homework. I think reading a book for a synopsis of something or trying to write a report kind of makes a lot of sense. Maybe even a few more books just to get more information to write your story or your thesis or where the fuck, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any sense. You really didn't think you're just going to be like in high school, you read like one paragraph, you write about the paragraph and you call it a day? No, this is university and or college. It's a little bit higher learning that. You have to put a little extra on that, boy. You're paying for this. You know what I'm saying?
their teachers that they didn't know how to read a whole book.
Let me repeat that. English literature professors at a number of good colleges can't assign books that they used to be able to assign, like Crime and Punishment, because students can't read a full book. Look, I'm not going to pretend that some of this isn't due to diversity quotas in the prior statistics that I showed, but I also think the reason that those stats exist is because of a change in how reading is taught that is designed to make you stupid and therefore easy to manipulate. To address this, Hillary spends a lot of her video talking about critical literacy education.
I don't know if this video covers it, but the problem is specifically because they switch away from oh my god, he's about to jump on this, and switch to word memorization, so the struggle with words they haven't read before.
And about the differences between phonics and whole language learning, which are different methods of teaching kids how to read. To put it simply,
JR, stop talking. As soon as you start talking, he's right on it. I'll be in that same situation. I'll point something out real fast, and then it'll be mentioned almost like a minute and a half later. You on that shit, bro?
phonics is the correct way to teach people how to read, and whole language learning is retarded. When you're taught phonics, you break down words into their individual parts and use pattern recognition to figure out what words are being used.
Yeah, I
in the
remember that
text.
in school. If you have to learn like the word, like say, I don't know, rat, rat. It's like it's fucking Sesame Street. Car. It's car. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of easy to figure that out. Bed. They used to have that show. What was it called? Read Between the Lines or some shit. It was more focused on reading than even Sesame Street, bro. I remember that show, Read Between the Lines or some shit. It was like a Sesame Street equivalent. If Sesame Street was on, it was that. Bro, pattern recognition is how I did well at math, not memorization. Hell yeah, I watched that. Remember see it? Yes! I remember that. That show was cool. Yo, I'll tell you something. There was only one thing I hate about that show. They really know how to gaslight you with the cliff hanging dude on the cliff. You really thought one day he was going to actually get on the floor like normally, but there was always some bullshit they'll pull on you and gaslight you. Like, that was the first show. If you want to rage bait children, it was that. It was that segment with the cliff hanging dude on the mountain. Holy shit, I hated that, man. That was the jam. That was my jam when I was a little kid. Yep. Let's go.
So if I'm 6 years old and I look at this word here,
no, bro,
I'm going to use the pronunciation rules by saying cats.
No, I don't remember ever seeing. I don't remember him ever being like saved. Like there was like one instance that he actually landed, but somehow he managed to get right back on that shit. That shit will always piss me off.
You just kind of memorize each word individually based on how it looks, which is completely stupid. And I did not fail to see how this method is not only highly inefficient, but it also stifles critical thinking skills, as kids have to wait until they're told how words are pronounced.
No shit, that's crazy.
Instead of being able to accurately predict how to say new words based on patterns that they've learned.
I'm 27 years old in a corporate job, and I do not know how to spell.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm not going based on your look. I'm not surprised. That's not even your fault. That is the company's fault. That's what happens when you have diversity. That's what happens when diversity is overrun. People like this, and these are the type of people who will lose their job and say, why am I losing my job? This is racist. This is sexist. This is, they hate women or some stupid shit, or they hate black people or some Hispanic or Latinx. Oh my God, don't say that.
Okay, because I'm from the generation where I'm in 5th grade and I have a laptop with spell check on it. So now I'm 27 years.
I'm not gonna lie. I let me see. I sent you a screenshot of Cliff being saved. Okay, I'm gonna check that now.
Listening to podcasts on how to sound out words and how to spell. Because I don't know how. Mind you, I'm educated. I have a bachelor's.
I don't think saying you're educated and knowing how to read is a good idea. I just at last I'm free. Is that legit? Is that real? I'm so fucking mad. Let me see. Kirk doesn't believe that if I were a benevolent dictator of the world, I'll legalize bestiality where you are given, you're pleasuring the animal. Bernie Sanders endorsed Uyghur and on Thursday. Sanders endorses controversial candidate in California congressional race. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's almost like that was deliberate.
Dang,
it's not the computer, it's the teaching methods.
Yes, they're just hanging out to anyone. Yes, they're just hanging out. They're just handing out to anyone. This is why your social media managers for like games and stuff. I said this. If I was a boss for a game company, and I don't see, and the best way to check if your employees are on the up and up, check their Twitter. Because majority of them has a Twitter and they like to put their stupid like credentials or show their merits on Twitter. Check their Twitter in their last 5 to 10 posts. If the 5 to 10 posts does not represent any of what we do as a company, as in pushing the game, telling people about the game, talking positively about the game, and everything, if it's outside that realm, you're fired. I don't want you talking about Trump. I don't want you to talk about Sanders. I don't want you to talk about how great and how horrible that mummy of a president we had last year, 2 years ago. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear how much you think people are racist. I don't hear that shit. If you're not talking about our game, get the fuck up out of here. I don't see the point of you sitting here. I'm paying you. You're supposed to be a programmer or some shit, and you're out here arguing with people over nothing. Bro, I worked on a game about politics and got fired over politics. What? What? I would sue you. What? Well, they probably had you on contract, so you couldn't be able to sue. But like, shit. That's some bullshit. I would be so angry. Like, what? No. No. Are you serious? No. I hope you're bullshit. No. Ain't no way. No way. There's no way. What? I would be so mad, dude. Like, I would literally, dead serious. If look at what they post, they usually don't even hide it anymore. I swear to you, I have horror stories about that job. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, my dude. I'm so sorry, my bro. Like, bro, like, listen, most of these people are very open to what they say. Hi, everyone. You're awesome. You definitely get a word out. Wait, what the fuck? You again? Anyway, Google Pocket Politics. Olive and false advertising. Pocket Politics. Pocket Politics. Politics. It's called Pocket Politics. It's called Idle Money, right? And it shows, like, I think it looks like this. Does it look like this? It used to be very, very, very anti-Trump, and now it's toned down a bit. Oh, God. Is it this? I'm pretty sure it's this. This is the app? Yep. Okay, I found it. Oh, shit. That's crazy. That's it. Oh, my God. Holy shit. Let me see this. Exit. Let me see. Wait, is this something crazy? I hope it's nothing too crazy. Stay away. News. UVSU. See here. Context. The world of news I read. I drank my tea this morning and then 5 minutes of postcard. Let me see. Okay, yeah, I worked on that. Wow. That's amazing. Epic clicks. Add your $6,000 to your clicks. Malicious liberal agenda tones. Minor kangaroo court. Kangaroo court. Let me see. All the screenshots are nonsense. The game looks nothing like that. Are you serious? What? It does look like this now? She used unique policies. I think stupid people are better off being outside politics and just being dumb. I think they lived better lives and didn't really take anything too seriously. Let me see. They let go of the whole team of devs because a character's skin was too light on, what is that, Obama? Too light on Native American character, and we didn't take the compliment seriously from like one single person on oh my god. See, this is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm talking about, bro. Look at your devs, see what they're posting on Twitter. If it's nothing about the game at all, fire them. That's how you figure it out. You don't have to do it like a mass outing. Just look at their Twitter. They usually can't. They don't even hide it. They're just really open to it. They're open to whatever nonsense they're into. And you'll see. And that goes for Republican and left leaning. If you're not talking about the game, I don't give a fuck about your politics. Even if you could hate Trump up to you turn blue in the face. Or you might love him and you want to suck him off. But straight up. If you're not talking about the game and is trying to sell the game, you're getting fired. Our devs were from Argentina. Our devs are from Argentina. They weren't woke. They didn't understand American woke culture at all. That's usually what happens. That's usually what happens. The people who don't know are usually people outside of the Americas, not really the people who in America. And usually the people outside America are usually pretty base and pretty normal. Because they look at life for like what it is, People inside America who's like perpetually online all the time usually are lost to this bullshit all the time.
Spell checkers too, and I can spell without them because I was taught phonics as a kid. Now, all of this might kind of seem abstract to some of you in the audience, but trust me, as sort of like a language enthusiast, this shit infuriates me. By that, I mean that it's basically child abuse to teach kids something as inefficient as whole language, because it puts them way behind kids who learn phonics, and it doesn't work when you get to more complex words. For the sake of brevity, I will say that it should be obvious to anybody who has studied language or foreign languages that engaging in pattern recognition by memorizing a handful of simple rules, along with the exceptions, is far more efficient than individually memorizing how to read the 20 or so thousand words that the average adult knows.
Like
Now,
this.
what they did was they invented a whole new language.
Don't worry, no one's
so a
watching.
bunch of squiggles
Actually,
and lines that
quite frank, the fact that I played so much copyrighted music, this video won't be seen anyway.
when stacked together could form words. And they had different groups of students learn how to read this language. The only difference is, right at the beginning, group one was told to focus their attention on the word as a whole.
I already got the video blocked, so the video's gonna be blocked or by default because I had too many Japanese music playing in the background.
Use the image as a whole to try and make sense of it. Whereas group two was told to focus on the individual units within each image. And what happens? Well, after training, each group was tested on what they learned during their training. And it turns out that when
right?
they
I already did. Bro, yesterday, we was doing a video on one of the people I listened to. And he was talking about an incident between, I think, some YouTuber or some content creator. And he pointed out something in the video about them wearing a wife beater. And he explained, it was funny how he pointed it out. It was just a one-off segment when he was talking about the wife beater thing. And he's talking about how, like, one outfit could be considered as a particular domestic violence case if you think of it that way. And he said the word abuse. When the TikTok heard the word abuse, 2 minutes later, I got hit with a bully harassment, strike. And then I got so annoyed. I said, fuck China. Fuck your social credit score. Xi Jinping can look like Pooh Bear, everything under the sun. And then next thing you know, within 30 seconds of me saying that, I got my video stopped running. Yeah, you missed. That was yesterday. And then after the fact, I appealed what I said. 30 seconds later, they approved it and said, you know what? You're good to go. You can go back on stream. I said, fuck you. I ain't going back up there. I said, fuck you. I ain't going back up there. So I ran back over on YouTube and Instagram. I wish I was there for that. I went off. That shit pissed me off. I was so annoyed because I was like, dude, why am I getting copyright? I mean, getting striked for, like, if I didn't even say it, but it heard it. So it proves to me that the AI is running there. It's ultimate AI. It was not even a blue hair that made a complaint. It was a AI that did that. I was like, fuck.
They had seen during the training phase. The whole word reading group.
But on YouTube, you can get away with a lot more. I don't know what people saying they get in trouble. I'd be saying the most wildest shit on this fucking.
A bit better than the group focused on the individual letters. But here's the fun bit. When both groups were tested on new words they hadn't seen during their training phase, it turned out the whole word group suffered incredibly. In fact, they performed no better than chance. They were just essentially guessing. Whereas the individual unit group did significantly better. They were able to take words they'd never seen before and read them just fine.
Kids who are not taught pronunciation rules through phonics basically do not have the tools to figure out how to say words they haven't already memorized, which can triple, quadruple, or quintuple the time that it takes to read. So it's no wonder young people these days feel unequipped to read an entire book. And the reason I'm calling this child abuse is because the ability to read quickly and comprehend what you read is a fundamental part of skill building, which means that whole language learning straight up cripples your ability to build a skill valuable enough to get a good job. Do you know what kinds of people do violent and radical shit? People who don't have good jobs. But if you aren't already mad, here's where it starts to get worse.
I want to first talk about this study from just last year.
Let me see. It said, I wish I was there for that. Why did he go after you for that? You didn't say anything crazy. I want to see someday if I can make and debate one another. I want to see someday if I can make them debate one another. What, the AI? That'd be funny.
2024.
Probably can.
This highly talked about study wasn't just assessing the literacy of the average American, but of the average English literature major at two widely respected state universities. The study participants were instructed to read the first 7 paragraphs of Bleak House by Charles Dickens, and then translate what they read into modern language, thereby demonstrating their understanding of the text. What they found was that 58% of the study's participants were at about level 1 literacy or slightly higher, which the study categorizes as problematic.
Let me repeat that. She's saying that more than half of the university students who are English majors from that study are reading at a kindergarten/first grade level.
What are we doing here?
Now, I'm not going to lie.
Subject
The first should say that. Maybe the whole language model actually is very effective at its intended purpose.
Narrative.
Russian sleeper agent Tripton. And
learning the correct way to interpret a text, which, by the way, has nothing to do with the author's intent and is heavily reliant on their feelings. I mean, think about how so many people these days latch onto specific words and then spin out because those words trigger them in some way.
Jesus Christ. So they're literally making the children into like splinter cell individuals who get crazy over words that they hear. So they hear anything they don't like, they go on a fucking spur.
Games around which consciousness, because early to the part about Chris and in languages, and this was around 2 or 3 decades after the whole language learning model got implemented. So this would be the first generation going to college under that system. Not to say that everyone got whole language education. I was taught phonics despite being a kid during the first generation of the whole language model. But for the ones who are unfortunate enough to be taught in this way, we know this stuff is ridiculous and ineffective, just like Common Core math. Well, maybe it's incorrect for me to say that. Maybe the whole language model actually is very effective at its intended purpose. Let's get to the part about critical literacy.
Critical literacy is the new literacy. Critical literacy aims to teach not literacy, but
like take note the term critical. Why does that sound very familiar?
Rather a kind of social awareness, which was using teaching reading as a delivery method of sorts, as if reading was just the syringe and this right kind of social awareness was the real thing they wanted the child to receive. One of the beginning strategies for teaching literacy with whole language,
More
according
like
to this
critical
manual,
failure.
is the use of generative themes. You remember that one?
She's saying remember that because earlier in the video she talks about generative words, which are described as keywords in a text like rice or slum or wealth, used to suggest social themes around which consciousness can be raised.
What?
These words are used to evoke an emotional response in the reader. The core tenet of critical literacy is to engage with how certain generative words make you feel, as opposed to what those words actually mean.
What?
Anyway, pay close attention because here's the evil that this whole thing has been leading up to.
Which all boils down to the most important thing about reading is learning the correct way to interpret a text, which, by the way, has nothing to do with the author's intent and is heavily reliant on your feelings. I mean, think about how so many people these days latch onto specific words and then spin out because those words trigger them in some way.
That makes
That's
sense.
because those words are generative words, which fit into generative themes, which are taught to them in a way specifically intended to trigger their emotional analysis. These people can't listen to reason at that point. They see the word and the programmed reaction is triggered, and that's it. That's what critical literacy produces.
So it's basically it's technically critical race theory, but just more subliminal at it. It's like critical race theory, but just more subliminal in words, in just English form, or like in a grammar-like form. That is horrible. That is horrible.
Specifically and intentionally.
She's saying that students are being trained to notice certain trigger words that should elicit an emotional analysis or emotional reaction to how that word makes you feel, outside of its intended meaning or dictionary definition. And Hillary gives some familiar examples of generative words that you might hear on a regular basis later in the video. So it's all being said here is that they purposefully teach you an inefficient reading technique that makes it take like 5 times longer to read a book than someone who is taught phonics, which basically makes those kids not want to read or educate themselves when they get older. In fact, it locks them out of a lot of skill development. That same whole language reading technique also makes it incredibly difficult to figure out words that you don't know, so it limits your vocabulary and ability to accurately communicate. And then they teach you a bunch of Russian sleeper agent trigger words that will cause you to go into a frenzy.
They are just taught to personalize and internalize the word rather than understand the context that is used. They do the same in history. They rob it of its context.
Anytime they're sad. Is this why so many idiots are running around calling everyone they don't like a fascist without actually knowing what that word means?
Yeah. That's why you can have the bitch up there who use of Janie Marchi says, if I'm up here upsetting Nazis, then I'm doing my job. That was not in your job description, the slightest, to upset Nazis. I don't know where the fuck you thought that was okay. And then not only that, why would a Nazi watch a Japanese cartoon that's made by the Japanese? Solely made to be Japanese and for the Japanese, with your Western ass is watching. Why would they watch that? Like, it doesn't make any sense. That does not make sense.
Is this why a section of the population flips out anytime the word Trump is said? Is it because they were taught critical literacy for 12 years and then they were given the trigger words in college?
I actually find it hysterical how a lot of Republicans and Trump supporters like to say that colleges and universities brainwash their students to be liberal.
What they do. I think Jordan Peterson and Dr. Phil did a whole segment on this, that they don't even try to hire anyone from university because they realize that you guys are, majority of most people from university now is like a sleeper cell agent that's just out here to cause trouble for no reason. Because they heard a word, or they have to be they're an HR like demon all day, every day.
When it's like, have they ever just stopped to think that maybe that people that graduate college and are educated with a degree are more likely to lean liberal because they're smarter?
That's a dumb take. That's a retarded take. That doesn't even explain anything. That was really stupid. Why did you say that?
Right. But I mean, this method is so effective at creating brain-rotted idiots that Portland, Oregon, one of the wokest cities in America...
Oh, Portland, Oregon? Oh, God. Portland
just acquitted a black man.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Portland is where I'm telling you. Portland, Oregon is where everyone from Steven Universe is from. I don't know about that one, Chef. Yep. That just sounds dumb.
But I mean, this method is so effective.
That's a woman moment. Moment.
Is it because they were taught critical literacy for 12 years and then they were given the trigger words in college?
I actually find it hysterical how a lot of Republicans and Trump supporters like to say that colleges and universities brainwash their students to be liberal, when it's like, have they ever just stopped to think that maybe
I'm pretty
that
sure you
people that
would.
graduate college and are
Everyone from Steven
educated
Universe
with
is
a
there.
degree are more likely to lean liberal because they're smarter?
Yeah, that's dumb to say.
Right. But I mean, this method is so effective at creating brain-rotted idiots that Portland, Oregon, one of the wokest cities in America, just acquitted a black man with priors of stabbing a white man because the white man called him the N-word after he was stabbed.
That's not worth killing someone. Just because they call you N-word, that's not worth killing you. That's not worth killing someone. It's just a word. I know it's a mean word, I guess, for some people, but it's not worth killing someone over. It's not that serious. Then everyone on Call of Duty should have died. And back in 2008, all the way to, what, 2011, 2012? Everyone on Call of Duty, from black, white, Asian, Hispanic, whatever you want to think, Indian, Native American, anyone who ran, or children in that sense, should be dead. All those people should die within 2006 all the way to 2012 or 2014.
Unbelievable.
That is dumb.
This is a real article, not The Onion. They said it was self-defense because the white man was racist, but if you read the details, it was obvious.
I don't give a fuck if that white man was racist. Racism don't kill you unless he actually was intending with a weapon. Words don't kill you.
Obviously not self-defense.
I grew up in the Black Hood, and they called me the N-word, and I'm not remotely black looking. So what does that mean? It's usually just me. Like, usually that term is used as just to describe usually it was just describe just a dude half the time, but now women just say it too to each other, so it really has no true meaning. It's just like more of a placeholder word these days.
Outside of that, this video from the Second Story on
and I think
critical
over time now people are more brazen of using it outside of like the black people. So like,
literacy education is diabolical.
I think there's an Asian woman with glasses who just keeps saying like a bunch of Wu-Tang Clan songs with the N-word in it. It's just funny. And people just like, and people are low-key following her and loving what she does. So I'm like, things are changing. The N-word thing, the N-word pass is gonna be dismantled very soon.
One of the best videos that I've watched this year. I would very much recommend watching the whole thing. But now we can understand how people like, say, Hassan Piker come into prominence.
Yeah.
Actually, let's talk about that, because the next key component of radicalizing a population is to install degenerate role models into media for the population to emulate, because commoners will largely follow what popular people do. That's why things like celebrity endorsements work. So if all the popular people are good, then you'll get more good people. But if all the popular people are degenerates, then you're going to get a lot more degenerates. The Boondocks was famous for criticizing them for doing this to the black community, and very literally painted the BET network as a television channel designed to destroy blacks.
It really was, to be honest. It really was. I'm not even gonna lie to you, it really was. The only sane person on that show is Healy. He's the only one who tries to tell black people to, like, do better for themselves and think for yourselves and X, Y, and Z. But everyone outside of that calls him a terrorist, or he's just like pretty much what Malcolm X tried to do. And they killed him. So many people did not get the Boondocks. They really didn't. It was a warning to black people, but they didn't really. They just saw it as most people saw it just a comedy show, but it was more of a warning to black people.
And there's plenty of science out there to support the idea
shrouded in comedy.
Beings form a lot of their moral opinions by ingesting fiction, especially at younger ages.
Right. A lot of people love refusing to admit this, but you do become the media that you consume, and you do become the average of the people that you associate with. So choose carefully, because you will do this whether you are consciously aware of it or not. With that said, Hassan Piker is basically the leader of the modern left when it comes to...
This man is fucking... This man, I don't know how, but this idiot...
the online space. And by that, I mean the part of the left that is increasingly pushing out reasonable people.
And this man out here sucking off China like no one's business. I don't know what's up with that. They are paying him under the wazoo, but that's crazy. That's crazy.
and becoming more radical.
Bro said eat the rich, knowing that he's rich.
So there are tons of people who are modeling Hassan's behavior. And what kind of behavior is that?
Well, my understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Wow, that sounds a lot like the rhetoric that we heard from the Young Turks. After seeing this, would anyone be shocked if I told them that Hassan had a multi-millionaire horse enthusiast uncle who owns the Young Turks?
Now, since JR pointed out the enthusiast part, I can't look at this man the same. I'm looking at this. I know Chunk was annoying, but Jesus Christ, man, I'm looking at you now, bro. You out here just horse fucking? You just horse fucking, aren't you?
Gave him a job right out of college and mentored him? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And what kind of person would think it's morally okay to openly encourage murder to a large audience? Well, maybe it's a person who abuses his pets by making them sit in the corner for 4 hours straight like a stage prop, and then shocking her with maximum voltage if she tries to move.
Kaya, please just fucking go. Just stop.
Yeah, he did. Okay, you can see it. So when he calls out the dog, I thought the dog, what I thought when I first saw this is I thought the dog got shocked on the fact that he was talking loud and it picked up the loudness, so it triggered the dog getting shocked. Apparently that's not the case. If you look at his left hand, he reaches for something and then it shocks her.
His prop, and then shocking her with maximum voltage.
Because he's not even yelling like that. He's talking pretty of the same tone like he normally does next to the mic. So there's no way he's yelling. It has to have been when he reached out on his left arm here, and he reaches out and shocks her with something.
Tries to move.
Kaya, please just fucking go. Just stop.
Why would you do that, bro? What did they do? She's not doing anything.
Jesus Christ, what are you doing?
She's not doing nothing,
such
though.
A baby.
Oh, come on, Kaya. I didn't even shock you that hard. You're such a baby. This is what every abuser says after they hit someone. Come on, I didn't even hit you that hard. There are tons of examples out there where Hassan is abusing animals. You can find numerous clips of it on Twitter. And I do find the amount of creators who ran cover for him doing this to be quite disgusting.
Kaya is the most loved and spoiled and the most well-trained and best little baby or big baby that I have ever been around.
Oh
You would think that this kind of outrage, we would have seen it towards like the genocide and stuff, but...
How can you care about a dog?
Fuck you, bitch. Shock, my dog, I can't stop, yeah.
When a genocide is going on, don't you know there's a genocide? Ignore all the bad stuff I'm doing because of Palestine. I think she underestimates how much Americans like dogs. Hassan is never going to live this one down. It's so popular that even the vice president brought it up.
He has this command place, which is basically if I snap my finger and point, he will run to that place and lay down.
You don't have to zap him.
No,
Hassan.
Not like Hassan Piker, no. If you mistreat dogs, that's almost 100% sign that you're going to be a really terrible person.
And last, for the purposes of this video and showing the kind of role model he is, Hassan loves taking credit for moral behavior that he didn't actually participate in. For those of you who aren't aware, YouTuber Ethan Klein got tired of being harassed by Hassan and his fan base because they were like making false reports to the CPS, trying to get his kids taken away. And Twitch and other social media platforms have done nothing to mitigate this, despite it being against the rules. So when 3 Hassan Piker orbiters who were harassing Ethan stole his content, Ethan filed a lawsuit. Because these 3 people were broke and he is rich, Hassan made it seem like he was going to financially help these 3 girls who have supported him, behind the scenes. Well, he didn't.
Oh, socialist, why won't he give these guys money? Trust me, if I offer support, you won't know about it, okay?
I also want to make clear that I did not receive any support, financial or otherwise, from Hassan Piker.
Ah, shit.
Hassan never even reached out to me privately to offer words of support. Speaking honestly, I found his indifference to my suffering hurtful, especially after he hinted he might help me behind the scenes. It felt like he wanted to receive credit from the public for him helping me without providing any.
He pretends to help them as he throws them in the trash and spends all his money on gambling. Though, as it is sort of the theme of this video, I don't think there's anything grassroots about Hassan's success at all. Hassan was basically installed into his position, yet he wants people to think that he was some go-getter kid who grew up in the school of hard knocks, instead of the reality, which is that he grew up extremely rich and was handed everything.
You guys probably know this, but if you don't, my uncle has a YouTube channel called The Young Turks. There was like a 26-person shop. It was like a, tiny operation.
Oh, fuck you.
Not that big. Not that media behemoth or anything. So I was like, yeah, I'll just go work with him, do an internship with him, and I'll live in LA.
26 employees? What kind of YouTube channel has that much staff? I mean, I'm at 1 million subs.
Oh my god, they are again. As soon as he said 26.
Do an internship with him.
He said
and
how
I'll
many
live in
people?
LA.
26 employees? What kind of YouTube channel has that much staff? I mean, I'm at 1 million subs and I still do everything by
yourself. Yeah.
Not to mention that the Young Turks started off with millions of dollars of venture capitalist money. They're about as grassroots as the Daily Wire. So Hassan was handed a $60,000 a year job right out of college in like 2013. A lot of his fans were like 5 at the time, so I don't think they know how huge the Young Turks used to be back in the early 2010s.
Friends like that, who needs enemies, right?
Influence, but make no mistake, this was a huge opportunity.
I was dead broke and was critiquing capitalism, and then people would be like, yeah, because you're a fucking loser. And now that I have money and I still do it, people are like, well, hypocrite much?
Most of us YouTubers have to learn this stuff on our own, as opposed to being mentored by a multi-millionaire former legacy media pundit with a huge media corporation by comparison to what other creators have. Then there was the move to Twitch, where he not only gained a lot of his popularity by outright pirating Gordon Ramsay shows, but Hassan pretty regularly violates their community guidelines and has committed far more serious violations than a number of people who I know who have been permanently banned off that platform. Yet he doesn't get in trouble. Not only is Hassan given protection that other creators don't get, but the CEO of Twitch constantly glazes him, even after Hassan continuously tries to push for people in his audience to kill his political opponents. The most recent example is this moment here.
Dude, I just looked it up.
And Asmongold.
Like, dude, I just looked it up. Over 90% of businesses do indeed have less than 20 people. I was spot on with the number. I was spitballing. Yo, bro.
And Dan Saltman, whose addresses are all readily available in the same exact websites and platforms that they rely on, that their fan bases go to find my address.
Wow, fuck him. He's trying to dox people.
Time that Hassan has doxed people on his stream,
Yo!
yet there's no ban for it. Like I said,
Hey,
he
yo,
was
that's
installed
so
into
fucked
power.
up,
They don't
yo.
ban him for a reason.
Yo,
But
fuck
technically
this
he
man.
didn't say the addresses. Yeah, all he did was say all of his enemies' addresses are public and not that hard to find in front of an audience that is very politically radical. I mean, we watched one of these types kill Charlie Kirk, followed by tons of them saying, why not more? Hassan's audience is so radical that he couldn't even denounce a political assassination. Hassan knows the types of people he's saying this to, and he's helping his audience figure out where his opponents live so they can go hurt them. Because Asmongold is a fascist Nazi, right? As you guys say, it's not wrong to punch Nazis. Seriously, I don't know how it's legal for one of the biggest streamers to openly encourage his audience to assault people. The laws have to change. This has to stop. But Twitch allows this stuff because, like I said, Hassan's career is astroturfed. He was installed into power. He didn't earn it on his own, and he doesn't have to play by the same rules as everyone else, especially considering that Twitch banned a ton of his competition from the platform.
I'm just
But
trying
why
to
is
get
Twitch
something
doing
done.
this, you ask? Well, it's because it's run by people who hate America, and Hassan is a major proponent of preaching anti-American values, as he regularly promotes and advocates for America's political enemies.
Is there a country that's done socialism the way that you like?
If ultimately the point of government is to
He's gonna suck off China for some reason, but that's a communist place, so I don't know how the fuck.
improve the material conditions of all people, I would say China is probably the closest. And there are still plenty of failures within the Chinese system as well, plenty of issues within the Chinese system as well. But that's probably the closest, I would say, to an example that we should follow.
No.
And lessons that we should learn from.
No!
You mean the country that had communist values that were so great that they used them to kill tens of millions of their own people? That's what we should follow?
Oh my God.
I'm not sure if this interview was recorded before or after Hassan spent like a week or two glazing the hell out of China and soy facing over a copy of Mao's Little Red Book.
The Little Red Book. The famous Red Book. No.
Wait.
Really?
Is that a Bible?
No, bro.
It is basically.
The Little Red Book? The Little Red Book?
Look how happy they look. Yeah, I saw it. I'll be off in a bit. And that was a great drawing that he did.
Red Bible is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some may say more important than the Bible.
That's
They would say that.
This is like soy facing over a first edition copy of Mein Kampf.
You have met me at a very Chinese time in my life, chat. In my conscience, I have already become Chinese. Okay? We were already white Chinese in this chat. I've already become full Chinese.
Okay, so Hassan is white now. And China is so great that he almost got arrested for a meme on his phone. But at this point, I've watched enough of his content to know that he is basically a foreign agent whose sole purpose is to destroy American values.
Yep.
I mean, he lies constantly. You don't even have to understand politics to see that. Just watch the dog shocking saga. He got caught doing that shit red-handed with undeniable evidence, yet he has still taken no accountability. He continues to gaslight his audience, and now he pretends to play it off as a joke. By the way, if you're in his audience, he is incessantly lying to you because he thinks you're stupid and he hates you.
Your understanding of white
South
supremacy
Park.
is so
South
juvenile,
Park.
it's infuriating.
Yeah, the Chinese Red Book.
It's because I am a white supremacist.
I'll-
I'm moving to the white
I'll tell them
supremacist
the
town,
joke.
okay? That's why. I'm a white supremacist. I'm white. Shut the fuck up! You're so fucking stupid. I hate all of you! I hate the woke! I hate woke! I hate the left! I hate the woke! I'm crashing out because I can't fucking stand losers like you!
What are you talking
my
about, man? This
God.
is your average viewer. This is the type of guy that you are encouraging to show up at Asmongold's house. Outside of this, what do I mean by foreign agent? Well, Hassan is not American.
I don't have any sort of patriotism in my heart for any, for America, but just in general. I am.
You need to be kicked out. With the size and influence you have, you should be kicked out for that. That's straight up.
Not even remotely nationalistic by any measure. I don't care about those sorts of things.
Yeah, no shit. So Hassan is not American. He's from Turkey. He grew up there and was raised as a Muslim.
I'm Turkish. I grew up in Turkey. My whole family.
Ah, now it makes all the fucking sense. It's making all the sense. It's making sense. Okay.
Family lives in Turkey still, with some exceptions.
But then you might ask, how is he legally in America? He's from Turkey, but he's been living here for like 15 years. Well, here's how he did that.
I was born in New Brunswick, New Jersey, and my parents wanted to do that.
Oh, you was a what you call it, baby? What they call it? Fuck. Why do they call it? Oh my god, dude. What is it called? Shit. What is it called? Something baby. You're an anchor baby.
That I would have an American citizenship.
You're an anchor baby.
So that one day I could be the president. Not that second part's not true.
He's an anchor baby.
I then immediately
And a Nepo
was
baby.
shipped back off to
Both
Turkey.
Nepo and an
I don't see
anchor.
how this doesn't count as immigration fraud. They dipped his toes into the waters of America so he could have citizenship, and immediately shipped him back to Turkey so he would grow up Turkish. Then, when he became an adult, they shipped him off to a rich college. He gets trained in media through nepotism, and then he continuously promotes anti-American values and domestic terrorism when he goes off on his own. How is this legal? It's time to change the 14th Amendment because it's out of date, and it was ratified in the 1800s before mass transit existed. It's time to bring it up to modern standards. It's time to copy places like Japan that say that you can't become a citizen by birth unless one of your parents is a citizen.
Anchor baby.
That's how it should be everywhere. Anchor babies like Hassan, who has encouraged his audience numerous times to
he's an
murder
anchor baby.
Americans, should not be allowed to live here. There's a reason why people who weren't born in America can't become president, and there's a reason why when you get naturalized as a U.S. citizen, you have to swear allegiance to the country. It's so we don't give voting power to foreign agent stochastic terrorists like Hassan.
I mean, I get called a terrorist every day.
Well, you are a terrorist, so that would be an accurate accusation. Stochastic terrorist sounds like a big word, but basically it just means that you're a media figure who purposefully riles up your audience into violent ideology, followed by saying things like, hey, maybe someone should go assault some police officers or some ICE agents. This describes a shocking number of leftist pundits, such as Hassan or members of the Young Turks. Again, the fact that there are no legal punishments for this is insane.
That's the strategy every single time. It's misrepresent, slander, and then hopefully someone in your audience goes to kill him.
Right. Just like Uncle Chank, you call your political opponents Nazi fascist.
This is what happened to to Charlie Kirk. This is exactly what happened to him.
Your news organization say it's okay to assault them over and over again, and then you just hope the rest works itself out over time. Now, what's also insane is the last part that's making people violent, which is that more and more Americans and people in other Western countries are being forced to share space with some of the most violent and abusive people, and nothing is being done to stop them. One of the most recent examples of this happened at TwitchCon, where a streamer, Emiru, was doing a meet and greet and was sexually assaulted.
I see out of the corner of my eye, there's a guy walking around the side of the meet and greet, and then
I don't know what it is about this chick, but she always throws me off. I don't know, something about her throws me off. Like, I think it's the way she acts, I think. It's just, her behavior towards things is always so, like she's having, like, an anxiety problem. I don't know. It's probably just me.
he walks up to me, he grabs my face, and he leans in and lips puckered, tries to kiss me. And I start screaming. Twitch's security is like nowhere near me, nor to be found. I can see them, but they don't do anything. My security jumps up and shoves the guy away from me and is like, get the fuck out of here. And he's allowed.
No, she reminds me of like a stereotypical individual who's been homeschooled. The way she acts and talks, I'm saying. Not saying that she is. I'm just saying like the way she just, I don't know, is it her movements or behavior? It's her mannerisms? I don't know what it is.
To walk away and leave. No one in Twitch staff came up to me to like see what was going on.
This whole story is a huge rabbit hole with failures on Twitch's part that were so horrendous that any rational person would assume they were trying to encourage this behavior. Not only did Twitch provide almost no security, not only did they let the guy who assaulted Emiru get away, but they did everything they could to try to cover this up after it happened. By the way, this was 3 hours into the convention. It was right at the start. And thanks to Twitter being the least censored platform on social media, someone uploaded evidence of this event and it went viral.
I'll just start this by saying, shout out to the guy who filmed it and put it on Twitter. Thank God someone was filming, because otherwise I don't think Twitch would have said anything.
Another Twitter success story, but get this. Twitch didn't just fail to apprehend the guy. Apparently he was a streamer, and their initial response before they were called out was to slap him on the wrist with a 30-day ban.
What's up, bro?
Also this.
You want to know the worst part? Emiru had a security guard
Welcome back, Mac. What's up?
2 years ago that attended TwitchCon, where another fan was attempting to sexually assault her, and the security guard stopped him. But because Twitch official and staff didn't agree with the way that he stopped him, which by the way was just him putting his hands on him and making it to where he couldn't leave while the police arrived, they permanently banned him from ever being a part of TwitchCon again.
That's stupid.
So the security guard that did their job to make sure that Emmy was safe
I would have sued them.
was banned.
God forbid you do your job as a bodyguard, you'll get banned from TwitchCon. God forbid you say that men shouldn't be in women's
Maybe
sports.
it's the tism.
Twitch will ban you for life for that, but if you sexually assault someone on camera, you get a slap on the wrist, 1 month ban.
I asked them, like, what are they gonna do about this? And you know what they said initially? They said, oh, well, he's banned from the platform for 30 days. What? No one gives a fuck if he's banned on Twitch or not.
And this isn't the only time that Twitch has essentially levied no punishment for this kind of behavior. Twitch regularly ignores criminal or dangerous activity on its platform. The safety and security of all those attending TwitchCon is our highest priority. No, it's not. That's a straight up lie. In fact, they were so negligent that I think it's no longer safe for any creator to attend TwitchCon in the future.
Some people at Twitch and Amazon are watching right now. Please just listen.
My intrusive thoughts got to me, and now I have to clean up my art supplies.
I could have literally been stabbed yesterday. Literally.
Right, she could have been stabbed. Sexual assault is bad, but the real danger is that someone could have easily ended her life that day. So it makes me a little uncomfortable seeing this happen at a Twitch event, especially when Twitch, as a platform that's owned by Amazon, is at the forefront of radicalizing people into this type of behavior.
Twitch, you're fucking with the wrong people, and you're promoting the wrong people. Genuinely. And it's at this level that I have to assume that what you're doing is intentional.
I've said this a ton of times in my recent content, and I'm going to keep saying it because it's important. We need to make sure that criminals go to jail for committing crimes, and this kind of rhetoric has to stop.
The way that prisons are set up in our society, I would argue that they do not work. They do not make us safer. The instinct is to just take that person, the source of that harm, the source of that issue, and then just throw them away. Put them in a cage and throw away the key. And that doesn't address the reason why that harm was created in the first place. A lot of times, people who create trauma for others are those who themselves went through trauma earlier in their own lives.
Right.
And I bring all of this up to say that, again, like when we talk about policing, I don't think the system actually makes us safer. I think what it does is it just removes problems out of view.
Right, and it turns out when you quarantine violent people away from polite society, they can't commit crimes. Sure, they might go right back to committing crimes the second they get out, but at least you get like a 2 to 5 year cooldown period where they can't victimize anyone.
Yep.
And that in itself lowers crime rates. It also reduces the number of future criminals because, as he said, hurt people, and the less people you let them victimize, the fewer future criminals there will be. At the very least, keeping them out of jail doesn't work either.
And this is exactly what happens when you don't lock up criminals, when you don't punish people who deserve to be punished. They get more and more bold and more people suffer.
I don't really have any sympathy for people who repeatedly choose to commit heinous crimes. Sure, I think it would be great to improve mental health services and try to give some of these people a second chance. But personally, I think a lot of these people can't be rehabilitated because they don't feel like what they're doing is wrong.
They don't.
And it's not fair to force polite society to deal with them because you have empathy for the local homeless guy who likes to randomly punch women. I think people like Mamdani and these judges who keep letting career criminals back on the streets are...
So unfortunately, not everyone can be reformed. Most crimes are committed by repeat offenders. True. Mercy to evil is charity to the end. Exactly. Mercy to evil is tyranny to the innocent. That makes total sense. I think, what is it, Batman? Was it Silver Batman who said this? I think I said the other day, from Justice League. He said, because I remember he was talking to our Batman, and it was like a multiverse version of Batman. I was like the Injustice version of him. He said to him, like, how is your street so clean and so X, Y, and Z? He said, if you want people to follow the big laws, you have to enforce the small ones as if they're big.
Are liars, and the actual reason that they're letting criminals go is to make society more violent. Not enforcing the law is a radicalization technique because it traumatizes more people who will then grow up to be criminals, and it forces polite people to live in a PvP zone where they now have to be violent just to survive. Outside of that, let's go back to the phonics talk. The worst part of the study about the Charles Dickens book was not that they couldn't understand the text. The worst part is that they thought they could understand it, and because of that, they put no effort into fact-checking to make sure they were correct. I cannot understate how much this kind of hubris ruins
Oh my
people's
god,
lives.
yes, because, okay, so I do this a lot. Whenever we're talking about something and I'm not too sure of it, I'm not going to go based on if I'm sure or not. I'm going to just look the fucking thing up. A lot of people do not do this because they're too lazy to do it, or they don't want to be wrong at the same time. And there's been times I've been wrong, and I have no problem being wrong. But look it up. There's nothing wrong looking shit up. Look the shit up. It's not going to kill you. And sometimes even Google could be wrong. But then again, at least you put the effort to, like, understand.
Moreover, I'm really disturbed by government standards.
It doesn't make any sense. There's many times I probably was wrong about a few things. It doesn't make it okay for me just to go with my wrongness. Go and check it out. You'll be surprised how much you can learn from just looking that up, and actually you might recite that back because you put the effort to remember.
Important to teach you how to calculate the hypotenuse of a triangle than to teach you how compound interest works so that you don't become a debt slave. And what ends up happening is that you know a lot of stuff which makes you feel smart, but none of that stuff that you know is actually useful. So intellectually, you're no better than the average burger flipper despite doing all this work to finish high school or college. Worse, you have no idea how to tier information based on how useful it is, so even if you do self-study, you'll just start wasting time on crap that does not matter. I think the funniest example that I've seen personally is people who try to learn Japanese only from anime.
Only from anime,
They'll spend countless hours memorizing words like Demon Lord or Quirkless instead of words they will actually use like bathroom or train. If you want to know how people can learn multiple languages when you can't even learn one, it's because the people who know a lot of languages know how to prioritize high-value words and grammar, and they know all the most efficient learning techniques. Public school is not really good at teaching that, and the downside is that if you don't know how to prioritize the higher value information, and if you don't know how to learn efficiently, you will be locked out of the higher levels of skill development, which looks a lot like getting paid less in the job market when you become an adult. It's not your fault that you were taught this way, but it is your responsibility to fix it.
Yes.
And if you do fix it, you'll find yourself doing a lot of stuff that you never thought you could do. Anyway, thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel. Follow me on Twitter.
It's like I said many times. It's like when I said you can't choose your parents, but you can choose how you respond to your parents and how you deal with them. That's up to you. If you choose to go extremely like hostile with them, well, you're gonna have a hostile relationship. But then again, some parents are not meant to be parents, and some parents are not meant to be even like have the respect for their children. But if you're under the mercy of them for the now on, just grit your teeth until you can do better. And once you do better, you don't have to deal with their punk ass anymore. Let me see. It's the same reason why Duolingo sucks for learning a language. It's about memorization and not understanding the content. I had that problem. Listen, Duolingo was good with Japanese when remembering the characters. But when it comes to sentences and shit, I'm just memorizing I'm not getting the context. I'm just memorizing certain words and that's it. I'm not really getting it. Like I can't hold a conversation if I want to. Like the Hinagana categorizations or the katakana's. It was good for flashcards. It's really good for flashcards, but it's not good for like quirkless. It's not the same as you trying to learn how to talk to people. It's really sucks at that. I think you're better off with Rosetta Stone. Does people still fuck with Rosetta Stone? I don't know. To learn any language, you need to learn it. Yes. Does Rosetta Stone still exist? I don't ever heard about it. Bro, same. Like, I haven't been on Duolingo like in... Yeah. And that's what happens. You start realizing it's memorization and you're not really understanding. For days, yep. I still have my app on my phone. I still haven't touched it since. They keep changing shit, but, like, it doesn't feel like it got any more better. Just, like, it looks different. That's it. That's pretty much it. All right. This video is over. So, let me see real quick. We're gonna... Let me see.
I think that's beautiful. How's it going? My name is Sil.
Hold on. What is this? What is this? Oh, no, it's a game. What is this?
And at 18 years old, I decided to build my own tiny house, move to Colorado, and start working construction. Welcome to the inside of my tiny home. The dimensions are 8 feet by 20 feet by 12 feet. When I was 16 years old, I had no experience with building at all. My dad had an idea of building a tiny house to sell, and he told me that I could go to school and then come back and build this. So that's what we did. He rented out a warehouse. He designed this to perfectly fit inside the warehouse, and every day after school, I'd come down here and help him build it. He did probably most of it, but I definitely got a lot of experience from it, and definitely inspired me to have the job that I have now. So the size of this tiny house was kind of dictated by the warehouse we built it in. It's only 8 feet wide, which is a little bit cramped. If I were to do this again, I'd probably make it 10 feet wide and probably 26 feet long just to give a little bit extra living room in the front. Welcome to my kitchen. As an 18-year-old living by myself, you don't really need much. I try to keep the cost as low as possible when doing this. So we've got our thrift store coffee maker. All of these materials you can get right off the Home Depot shelves. Even something...
Again, with the fucking coffee maker. It's always a coffee maker. If you want to learn a language, find someone who speaks it dominantly, but struggles with English, and you can teach them English, and they teach you their language. That'd be cool. I think there'll be some people you can find probably on VR chat, but that'd be horrible.
As basic as this backsplash, you don't need tile, you don't need any fancy, amazing things. This is just real basic $20 piece of sheet metal. Things like that. You've got our pallets that I literally found this outside of the warehouse we were building. This is what these pallets are made out of. Yeah, just trying to keep it real basic. So storage in a tiny house, it's kind of like a boat. You kind of have to use every single nook and cranny just to get all of your things to fit. So just a couple of creative things.
Just to be clear, after this video's done, we'll have to end it from here.
We've got a cigar box. It's actually cool. This lid will slide on top so you can move it and your spices won't fall out. The storage down here, obviously you got your basic drawers and all that stuff. You've got a water heater nice and tucked away and out of the way. A little bit of extra counter room can go a long way. So this is normally where the washer and dryer would go, but as it's such a small space, I'd rather just go to the laundromat and have an extra bit of space. I've got a toaster oven, microwave, I built this little shelf thing here, keep all my things, and it's really good. It's nice and efficient. All the space is used really good. Frankly, the fridge is a bit too small, but you know, because living here, you have to go buy a bunch of groceries and then come back, and this fridge isn't really that big. But yeah, meal prepping is fine. So if there's one small item in this kitchen that I can't live without, it's this Makita coffee maker. It's not sponsored or anything, but when the power goes out, I can still have a cup of coffee. You put a battery in here, you put your coffee in here, and you've got a
What is with young people and coffee makers? What the fuck?
fresh cup. It's brilliant. Can't live without it. Me and my dad, we designed this ourselves, so it's all
I'm
nice.
sorry, I'm just jet lagged from Saints Row because they kept on mentioning the coffee, or was it waffle maker? I think it was a waffle maker.
Ergonomic, you know, you got all your things all in one spot. Between these two
Never
counters,
understood
I got
how
all the
they
space I need.
water
I used to work in a
electricity
restaurant,
hookups
so
for those
honestly, this is
homes.
more counter space
There's
than
a
I'll
way.
ever need. Well, every 18-year-old needs a gaming setup. I decided to build the biggest desk that would fit this space. I just took a tape measure. It was 85 inches from the wall to this counter, so I made the desk 84 inches. This is just a couple of scrap pieces, a 2x4 piece of plywood I found. As simple as possible, more money in your pocket. When I first built this desk, I didn't even have close to enough skills to build it very well. So I just built a nice, easy frame, and maybe if I get any better, I'll make it look like a $1,000 desk. I didn't have a curtain, so I found this and I put this in front. I've got Starlink hooked up, high-speed internet. I mean, it's really all I need. So for tiny houses, storage is extremely important. You already don't have very much space. As much storage as possible is as good as possible. You can see we've got here. Obviously, you've got storage under your stairs. You've got storage under the desk. Anywhere
Tiny
where there's an
house.
open
I
space,
haven't been
put storage
paying
there.
attention to
But
what
it's
we were
also
talking
a
about.
balance between open space and cabinets. So make sure it's all up and out of the way. You want to pretty much barely notice it's there. I mean, this is pretty much 16-year-old me, complete dream here. You know, kitchen that's mine, food that's mine, this whole place to game at. It's amazing. It's not too much, it's not too little. It's the perfect, manageable amount for an 18-year-old like me. Tiny houses are a great solution to our housing problem.
does he keep
I think.
mentioning his age?
All right, we've got a couple problems with the laws and all that stuff, but if we can get past that, it's amazing.
Why does he keep mentioning his age? It's very weird. I don't think that's how people... I don't even think even young people talk like that.
And I think if we can get past the social stigma that comes with living in a tiny house, we can give a lot of people a lot of very, very cheap rent and affordable housing. I think that's beautiful. You can park this anywhere. You know, you find a friend with a giant truck, coworker has a giant truck, get him to move it. It's amazing. You can live anywhere for whatever the utilities cost. It's brilliant. It's such a good idea. So I was 16 in high school. I was working full-time at a restaurant, and I was also going to school full-time. Kind of driving me crazy. Kind of lost my motivation when it came to high school. So I ended up dropping out, and now I'm up here.
So ultimately, his parents failed him, and he had to pick up the pieces himself. Good on you, young man. But then again, this is a low-key way of saying that your parents fucked up.
Working construction.
There's a great video that shows tiny homes are a complete scam. They cost way higher to make than you think, and to get them up to code is more expensive than a small apartment. Damn.
Working in the trades. But before that, so what was this, like
Can you send me that
2022,
video?
right when everyone started to get really interested in tiny homes? And my dad said, we're going to build this tiny house. We're going to put it on this piece of land over there that we own. I mean, my dad, like, he found a warehouse to rent out. He designed it perfectly to fit.
A lot of them
We would,
suffer from
go over
low
and
storm
work on it like
events
every
and
single
bad
day.
installation.
And, now I've got a great place to live, and it's really nice. To talk about the financials of tiny house living, I got really lucky. There was a tiny house lot already built, and it's already got sewer hooked up and everything. This
You
tiny
got
house
sewer?
cost about
Fuck you.
$27,000 to build the entire thing because
Bro got
it's
sewer.
super bare bones. There's no bells and whistles. There's nothing, so it's very cheap. If you're wondering how much it costs to build a tiny house, I would probably say around $30,000, and a lot of work too. Like, a lot of sweat equity goes into this type of thing. But I think it's better to work hard to make something that's worth a lot than to buy something that's worth a lot. Colorado is a really high rent state, and a lot of people that pay like $1,200 to $1,600 of rent in here. I'm really lucky, right?
I
know
saw
the
it
owner
like
and
6
all that
years
stuff,
ago, but I'll try
I only
find
pay
it. Okay,
$600
but fun fact,
in rent, which is
Home
what the
Depot
utilities
and
cost.
Lowe's
I mean, that
pure
figure
build
alone,
tiny
like
homes to
build a
buy.
tiny house. I mean,
Oh yeah,
you're gonna save so
forgot.
much money.
I think even
It's
Amazon
ridiculous.
does too. He
Not
didn't
only does
have
it take
to
a lot of
pay
work to
the
build a
for
tiny house, it
sewer
also
hookups
takes a lot of
for
work.
land.
You can ask my landlord to plumb all this up and get the permits to get tiny houses hooked up, because building it, that's only half of it. This is the only lot in all of Silverton that you're allowed to put a tiny house on. It took him 2 years of going through the bureaucratic red tape of getting permits pulled and getting...
So he got lucky. So technically this one got lucky compared to most. He got actually lucky and he got a good deal on it probably.
Sewer lines put up and all this stuff. People think, oh, you just build a tiny house and you're done. That's all you got to do. Just build one and you're done. No. Most of your work is going to be being allowed to live in it in the first place. And I think that's a huge problem and it needs to be addressed. Otherwise, we're going to continue paying whatever it is, like $1,600 a
He
month
just
for rent.
renovated
I think that's
an
ridiculous.
existing one. The land is my
Welcome to the bathroom. One thing I thought was smart that my dad thought of is to put the sink in like a bump out, and it gives you a lot more space, and it's a lot easier to plumb because you can just have the pipe come right out the bottom. I think this is genius, and this is how you should do it. Plus, then you can have a nice little stained glass window here. It's nice and beautiful. All right, so for the septic, it's pretty simple. All of the plumbing is kind of all in one spot. It's all around this doorway. So it's just, all goes into one pipe. I did it myself. It took me like 20 minutes. And it goes to the sewer, and that's it. That's all you need. We've got the water coming in, water coming out. It's all really simple. It's mostly like an RV hookup. Like if this tiny house was smaller, you know, if it was a van or something that I could go put out way in the middle of the woods where there isn't any sewage, then I would do a compost toilet. But this tiny house is designed to be parked and be hooked up to sewer, and hooked up to hot water and electric and all that stuff. I don't think there's any reason to mess with a composting toilet and all the cost and all the space it takes up. I don't think there's any reason to do that for a tiny house that's designed for this. For the shower, it's pretty basic stuff. We've got a horse trough here as the bathtub because it's a lot cheaper and you can get it. You can just go right to Cal Ranch and get one. There's a hot water heater attached behind this wall. It's under the counter in the kitchen. It's on demand, so it's hooked up to a propane tank just sitting right outside. I think it's way better than a tank water heater because it's just so space efficient. This tiny house is already only 20 feet long.
Okay,
Can't really afford to give up that much space. So it's on demand. I think it's worth
living
dealing
there
with
a
the
family,
problems of an on-demand hot
privacy,
water
all
heater
on
for
top
just
of
how
one
much space
another.
it saves.
It would be a nightmare. It's great if you're just camping
Okay,
alone.
so here's
or
our
one
stairs.
person, but
We've got a little bit of reclaimed wood here. We've got some pallets I found outside of the warehouse we were building
didn't
this
he
on.
say it was just
We've
him?
got a little bit of storage under the stairs. Like I said, you want all the storage you can get. There's a cupboard under here, so where I put all my clothes. Yeah, I mean, that's the stairs. I really like living in a loft because it keeps your bed
I
out
will
of the
hate this. Bro, I will fucking hate this. Like, I don't care if you're tall or short. You know what I'm talking about. If you were to live in this, like, sleep up here, you constantly feel like your neck's being crushed. Even if you're not touching the ceiling. Think about his target audience is stay-at-home moms. You're not wrong.
the way, no one's sitting on it, no one's
I would
messing
hate
with
to
it.
be in this
Got
room.
a couple stereo systems here, some shelves, just like I said,
Gotta be
storage
crawling
wherever
around
you
and
can
keep
get
my
it.
head
But,
down.
yeah, I really like.
You already feel like your
having
neck's
it up
being
in the
crushed.
loft.
I feel like my neck's being
Cozy,
crushed
especially
watching
when
him
it
sitting
rains
there.
on this metal roof. It's the nicest thing out. The point of the loft is to sleep, you know? Like, all you really need up here is your bed, maybe some storage. I would much rather have this ceiling be shorter because you're going to be spending most of your time downstairs cooking, cleaning, all that stuff. So the ceiling is short, and that's fine. If I was going to build a tiny home and have the bedroom be downstairs, I think the name of the game would just be
is a
get the
nightmare.
longest
I don't know.
tiny house
Don't seem that
trailer
close,
you
but it
can
just
get.
feels like your
Because
neck's
if
being
you put
crushed.
the bedroom downstairs, that's a good 10, 12 feet of extra space you're going to be adding on. And if you don't want to sacrifice your living room or your kitchen or your bathroom, you're going to have to go get the longest tiny house you can get. And that's fine. That works, but, you know, I'd rather have a shorter, more manageable tiny house than have a loft. What I'm doing now could pretty much be a career at this point, and I'm only 18, and I think it's like, if 5 years goes by and I decide I don't want to do construction anymore, then fine. I'm 23 at that point, my life has barely started at 23. You know, people graduate college at 22. I think if you start real early on something like this, and if it works for you, then it works, and if it doesn't, then you haven't wasted any time at all. There's like the path in life you're supposed to do, which is you go to high school, and then you go to college, and then you get an office job, and you do that, and then you waste 30 years of your life paying back a house that is way too big and you don't really need. And if you do anything other than those steps, it's kind of like you're going off the beaten path.
And his
I feel like one of the biggest reasons people buy a giant house like that instead of doing something similar to this is just the social stigma.
Did he just say?
So, I don't know, if you can get over that, man,
No, he didn't say he wanted
you'd save so much money and time and hours of your life. I've heard that no one my age is going into the trades, right? We're all going to college and we're doing all these things. And I think that it would be probably a good idea to be one of the only people doing trades because supply and demand happens and you get paid a lot more for it. Thanks for checking out my tiny house. Hope you have a great day.
All right, that was interesting. Let me see. He's giving the worst advice. Hey, 18 years old, go 37K in debt. Right off the bat, who cares if you're young? Yeah, I found that weird when he kept on mentioning his age. I'm like, wait, I know he's not talking to me. He's talking to the young people who's naive to understand. So, but send me that video tomorrow so I can see it tomorrow. See how much of a pain in the ass it is to actually run that. Or so. All right. I'm going to end it from here, guys. I'm pretty much done for today. I have an idea what the animatic's going to be. I'm working on the animatic now as you speak. I was working on it last night, so don't think I just started off doing it. I'm going to clean that even more. Let me see. So, I already have one. Oh, I have, like, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this is gonna probably the last one. It'll make sense once I put everything together. This is basically like the what do you call it? The what's the word? The storyboarding it through. Okay, but have a great night, everyone. Okay, later, bro. Thank you guys for coming. I appreciate every last one of you. Thank you guys for coming in. It's been great. I'll see you guys in the next one. JR, send me that video if you can. I would like to watch it tomorrow. Hopefully you'll be there tomorrow. You can see it, watch it with us, and you can give your input. So with that said, have a great night. Later, guys. I am out. Thank you, my mods. And yeah, I'm out. Take care. We should catch up. I got you, bro. I got you. I know you've been saying that. I've been putting that off, but like, I got you. Later, guys. But I will contact you. I got you.